We greet you again in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you so much for making time to join us for our political discussions today, being a Sunday, and I believe you had your fruitful Sunday. Those of you that went to church, congratulations. Those that did not make it to church, you must tell us why. But we are happy that you're out there and you are watching. Well, today we are looking at a very controversial subject, and that is the case of deputy or a vice presidency in Kenya, the difficulty of inheriting presidency. Is it by design or accident? That is what I want us to dive into. Thank you so much, those of you that are joining. Uda Omolo, asante sana. Anto Joroge, karibu sana kwa show. Tunawashukuru nyote. Basi tumike, tumia ile link ambayo iko comments pale, ingia studio, tuanze kuchambua haya mambo kwa kina. The case of deputy or a vice presidency in Kenya. The difficulty of inheriting presidents. Is it by design or accident? I believe we need to get to the bottom of all this. Thank you so much. Those of you that are coming in, please, when you come in, make sure that you allow StreamYard to control your camera as well as your audio. If you do that, your device will be added without difficulties. But if you don't, we will not be able to add you to the studio. So karibu kwa show. Now invite somebody to watch with you. Don't watch alone. We are one big family globally, so make sure that you invite somebody to watch, listen. Those of you that are watching on YouTube, please make sure you subscribe to Mtembei TV. Don't just be watching. Let us become family. Let us support one another and see to it that we fulfill what is required of us. So thank you those of you that are coming in. The link is in the comments. You can use to come in. Bwana Hill, how are you? Hill, are you there? Unmute. You are in the dark. What happened?
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Karibu. Hali namna gani?
Asante sana. Me, I went to church.
You went to church. Thank you. Congratulations.
Yeah.
So tell us.
So can I say something on the today's topic or what?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. So let me. That is on my side personally. I don't know whether I can declare my stand.
Yeah.
Am I allowed?
You are free to. This is a free country. We have freedom of expression protected by the Constitution.
Yeah, thank you. So personally, I will declare that is I belong to the Ruto side.
Good.
Yeah, and according to me, I've got a different view, and totally that is the opposite of maybe what the title mean.
No problem. Convince us otherwise.
Yeah, and I will say that is the case, that is the deputy or the vice, that is the vice president, that is, it is difficult for him to inherit the presidency. For me, I believe that is you have served today. He recruited 4, that is the senator, that is the governor, one MP, and 2, that is the county assembly members, 2 MCA. Na hiyo tu ni ile kutembea mara moja, na ujue hiyo ni ile bedroom ya Kanini Kega kule Kieni. Siku moja tu hata nimejiuliza how can Kanini Kega anaenda kanisa kule Nairobi, anaacha stranger kule nyumbani. So according to me, I think is sure that his people are on the same van to that stranger mwenye aliwaachia leo, because angejua huyo stranger watu hawako save hands, angewaacha, angebaki huko nyumbani adili na watu wake, lakini alihakikisha kuwa amemwacha bwana DP, akampea grounds aongee na watu wa Kieni. So to me ako sawa. Mount Kenya tunaenda polepole, tunachukua Mount Kenya inaanza kuwa bedroom yetu polepole, and by January, that is by next year 2022, we shall be talking another story. That is Mount Kenya will be our bedroom. That is all
Sasa
on my side.
Bwana Hill.
Hey, yeah.
Si DP ni DP wa Kenya?
Yeah, wa Kenya.
Alafu kama watu wa Mount Kenya wako safe na yeye, watakuwa safe na nani?
But Kanini Kega amekuwa akisema that is bwana DP.
Yes.
Hayuko sawa according to yeye, maoni yake imekuanga. I'm very sure hata unajua that is alikuwa amepanga mtu atupiwe mali a disrupt meeting ya DP the other time.
Oh, we bwana Hill, we inaonekana una dodge swali langu. Okay? Sai, who is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya?
William Ruto.
So William Ruto akikuja kijiji chetu, tunapaswa kutoa kuemploy polisi walinde watu?
Hapana.
Kwa sababu yuko hapo, security iko, so hakuna haja Kanini Kega kuwa hapo. Yeye deputy amekuja, so deputy ata protect kila mtu. Hiyo ndio kwa jukumu lake.
Hapana.
Kwa nini is deputy president a threat to security in Kieni constituency?
Yeah, he's entitled.
Wewe inaonekana unatuchanganya. Wacha tuende polepole, lakini karibu kwa so tegea hapo taendelea kujadiliana. Joshua Msoti, vipi? Unmute alafu ongea tusikie.
Wow, thank you so much for giving me a chance to be part of this panel today. First, you said you have to declare first, or you can continue without declaring.
No, you don't have to. Don't be under any pressure. Just express yourself. Respond the way you would wish.
All right.
Just make sure that your language is right.
All right. Personally, I feel that we're losing this thing called the deputy presidents. We're losing it big time. I want to be in a country where the deputy president works as a subordinate to the president. I don't want to foresee a case where we have the deputy president trying to outdo the president, promising everything instead of waiting for the president to promising all the heaven and delivers nothing, right? And then the president goes ahead and puts his projects, and you eat from those projects massively. Like no joke, you eat massively. If that's a joke. I want to see a government where the president is the overall person. He's respected by his deputy. If I ask every person who is here, who is the vice president or the deputy president of Uganda, most of them, they don't know. In Tanzania, until the sitting president died, at that time, you could not know that Tanzania had a women vice president. In Kenya or in the world right now, every person knows in Kenya there is a deputy Ruto. What is he trying to protect? Right? I'm feeling that nobody's shortchanged the deputy president. Is too ambitious. He could have gone silent and wait for his time to come. So I feel the deputy presidency, as it is by now, it's more of a curse. We need to have a blessing. We need to have a blessing there. Somebody kazi yake ni kazi. I really feel inside my heart, if we hate a person like Matiang'i in that sector, he is so workaholic, man. This guy works. He's so subordinate to the president. He listens to the president. I cannot serve a government personally as a deputy president, and I go out and I criticize the same government. That is not me. So I want to live in a country where the president, the vice president, the deputy president, the cabinet secretaries, all of them, they listen and work towards the vision of the president to build a better Kenya. And I believe personally, if William Ruto was to be the president and who would be the deputy president, and who would be the deputy president, who would be the so that is my submission.
Thank you very much, Joshua. Let's keep talking. You can mute your mic. Let's hear from real General.
Yeah. I hope unanisikia.
Tunakusikia, hebu inua sauti kidogo.
Okay, I think that's the maximum. I could not. I really agree with what Joshua says to an extent where I think he uncovers the depth of this conversation, considering the fact that it is unfolding at this moment, that it is likely to be a curse to our current DP because he has refused to be a subordinate, but to actively act, and in most cases move around with the taking accolades of the projects that have been done by the same government that he is in, and criticizing the same government in places where he feels the government has not delivered or has flopped. So basically, if for that direct transition, if he would be able to have it, first thing, he must be loyal to the boss, because the president remains to be his boss, like he continually refers to him, but he doesn't conduct himself in front of the president as his boss. So this basically appears as him taking the curse out of this being the DP. Getting another position is a blessing to someone who understands the meaning of being a subordinate. You could see, like our friend has referred to, the current president of Tanzania, that kind of being humble and understanding that he works under someone. Because right now, or rather, better part of African countries are knows of the deputy president being Ruto, and that doesn't augur well with the president. But since our president looks like a very cool guy, he has not directly indicated that he is not so happy about what is going on. But you'll be able to see it when the right time comes, and that is the election year. I mean, the election time. He will not directly give him his support, because from 2018 to date, the DP has not given him his support, but instead he has been standing out as someone who either is controlling the government or criticizing the government at the same time and with equal measure. That is my submission.
Okay, thank you really generally. Tuende moja kwa moja kwa Rupia. Vipi Rupia?
Poa sana Bernard.
Yes, karibu tuambie hii ni laana ama baraka?
My take is the current constitution, the way it is constituted on this matter that we are discussing today. I don't think we can have a government, even if we had a very, very polite deputy, and with the powers that are enshrined in the current constitution, I think we'll just go the same way. And I don't say that being a deputy president is a curse, that you cannot rise to become president. You can rise to become president. The vice presidents that we had, if we look back, then we find out that what stood on their way or the interests that the president of the day had. You know, when the President Moi, when he appointed a deputy, he would look for the weakest and appoint that person as a deputy. But on the job, you learn. So you find out at the end of it, You think you are a president's friend, and you are not. He has his own calculations. So it is not a cause. Somebody can come from being a vice president to president. And then the only problem we have is the current constitution, because as you can see, there's division in government, that the deputy president is pulling this side, the president is pulling the other side. So we don't have anything. Anyway, if we leave that alone, the president still has got executive powers and can work the way the constitution states. With, like we have seen the president actually ignoring or leaving out his deputy on some issues because of the disloyalty. But again, when you are a deputy president or a vice president, and you are in a government that its reign is coming to an end, it is also the honorable thing that you can do for a nation is that when you are quitting, you quit together, the deputy and the president, and it's the government. So if we expect that when Uhuru will be leaving office, he will leave with the Jubilee brigade, and he will live with his deputy and his ministers, so that when the new government comes into place, they constitute a new government. But the reason why I'm saying that is because actually it's an honorable thing to do, is to allow the deputy president to evaluate if he has got interest in becoming president in future. He can give himself time to evaluate how they worked, how they performed as a government, and then come back after 5 years stronger and more informed than they were. So I think it is not a curse. It is the interest that the former presidents had. Like Moi had a lot of interest in who is succeeding him. I think Kibaki did not have much, but silently, he also had a hand in the elections, and actually that determined who succeeded him. Then I think it's the same thing with Uhuru. He's also concerned about who will succeed him. But at this point, you see, he has actually differed with his deputy, and I don't think he's going to support his deputy. So again, there it becomes a curse that Uhuru is not going to like when Ruto is president. So my take is that it is not a curse for a deputy to run for office. The only thing the deputy should do is to evaluate himself, for give himself time and evaluate himself, and then come back after 5 years to run for presidency. Because if there were things that were not done correctly by the outgoing government, and the deputy is part of that government, then I don't think it is an honorable thing to do, to come back after you went round together as a government to make promises and they are not fulfilled. And the current constitution, as you can see it, Ruto is busy doing campaigns in form of work that he call work, and he is actually mentioning the projects that the Jubilee government has done, and at the same time he is cursing the Jubilee government. So it is a double stand, a double speak, and that is not good for our nation. Bernard, let me stop there, and I will come in later for more comments and more.
Okay, thank you, Rupia. Thank you so much. Let's keep going. Vincent Samson, how are you? Unmute and speak.
Hello.
Yes,
I'm fine.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, Bernard.
Yep.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. For me also. Can you hear me?
Very clear.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. Thank you. Me also, I want to make a point in the topic that we are discussing today. I want to say that the deputy president position in Kenya is very secured in the current constitution that we are using today. The fact that the previous vice president failed to succeed their bosses doesn't mean that the current deputy president of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, will also fail to secure His Excellency, the President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Even though there are some constitutional crises that are, are undermining the office of the presidency, if you look, there are some duty that we call them joint duty of the presidency. Deputy president is part of the presidency of the Kenya. And there are some jobs or tasks that they should be doing together with the president. But here come a scenario whereby the deputy president is politically, ideologically differ with his boss, which is very wrong. So I think we should also only look for a constitutional rectification to rectify the work of the deputy president and the work of the president, so that we don't undermine, the project that government initiate to help the common mwananchi. In the succession politics, if I just want to talk about to dig more in politics on the current issues, I can say that it will be very difficult for Dr. William Ruto to succeed his boss, the President Uhuru, as things stands right now. Bernard, I don't have much, but I think I'm being interacted back here, so I'll come back later.
Okay, thank you, Vincent. Thank you. I want us to go to James first before we hear from Mr. President. James, Karib.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
You are doing fine, I hope.
Great. We thank God. Karibu sana.
Okay. Now, is it a curse to be a vice president and that you cannot succeed your boss? I don't think so. First of all, we changed the 2010 constitution because of the experiences that we had with our past vice presidents who seemed to have been being harassed by the president. And it is my considered opinion that we went overboard and protecting an individual instead of protecting the office. And we found ourselves right now at the center of a controversy that we don't know how we can solve, because ideally the constitution envisages a deputy president who is the principal assistant. And we did not see a possibility of a deputy president who can turn roguish or have ambitions of his own and go out of his way, completely being insubordinate of the president to launch his campaigns even before the term comes to an end. It is something, I think it's a lacuna that we did not envisage when we were writing the constitution. And I think already there are plans to change that. I think the next dispensation, or the next time we have a constitutional moment, which I think we still have, will be that we will put the deputy squarely under the president, as it should be. Now, right now, the deputy is behaving in a manner that does not endear him to a section of Kenyans, because it is not a very enviable position when you go out to criticize your boss and yet you are still drawing a salary. You don't work, you get a salary that you don't earn, you use public funds to go around campaigning, and then you expect that everybody in Kenya is foolish and will not know what you are doing. This is something that will catch up with this personality very soon when the campaigns start. Right now, he's in Narumoru campaigning at 8 in the night. You would wonder whether the elections are going to be held next week. But it is understandable that the panic is just too much, and he shouldn't panic because as we head towards the next elections, this is a man who is not going to be having any much strength, especially in areas that he thought he had already rocked, because it was mere perception rather than the reality. A good person would easily inherit his boss, because the boss would give a rubber stamp that this is a person I can trust to continue with my legacy. And therefore, if you have done a good job, you expect a continuity. But I doubt whether the current situation allows the president to give a thumbs up to his deputy to continue. I think he has already indicated that he can't because of the obvious reasons that Kenyans know. And it is also an indictment on our political culture, because we have personalized politics. Where politics is mature, we go for political parties. When a political party does not perform, it is kicked out in the next elections, and another one is brought in. But now we have a situation whereby the government fails, the deputy runs on the other side, and he comes now with a different party saying how he's going to perform much better than his boss. This is the kind of politics we have in Kenya. I don't know whether it is practiced elsewhere. Otherwise, it is deceptive. It is actually a drawback on our country, and we cannot develop as a country if we continue with this kind of political culture. We should develop a culture where if it is a Jubilee which has failed, we kick it out, we bring in ODM, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Asante.
James. We appreciate your input. And then let's keep the conversation going. And I want us to give this a holistic look, okay? Want to go down the history. Many people that tried to, they were vice president, wanted to become president, and what happened, so that it is not personalized to be targeting the deputy president. The topic is the curse of deputy presidency, the difficulty of inheriting presidents. Is it by design or accident? That's what I want us to look at, because it appears to me that becoming deputy makes it even difficult for you to become president, other than when you are outside, because you need to be loyal to your boss. You still have ambition to become president. When do you resign to begin the campaign, or do you serve until the full term? So that gray area around there is what I want us to dive into and look at it, because we may be blaming the personality, but this thing is designed in such a way that if you want to inherit, you you will need to be picked upon by the political party of either your boss after the term is over, so that it is not an issue of you beginning your campaign early and trying to secure your place for the presidency while you are still in office. So I want us to give it a wider approach and a wider look at the same. Thank you for those of you that are joining us. We appreciate all of you that are following on the comment section. Wycliffe Machora, we appreciate you. Favor Akita, asante sana. PG Games, we salute you. Kim Young, thank you so much. Johanna Maiyo, asante sana. Jack Joffrey, we appreciate you. Judith Beeri, asante sana. Lucky Dave Simba, tuendelee kukaribishana, kila mmoja invite mtu, tuhakikishe kwamba tuko timu kubwa ambayo inaongea masuala ya Kenya na tutasaidia kujenga nchi. Naomba tumsikilize Mr. President, anakaa ako ready sana. Haya, Mr. President, kwako kabla tuende kwa Prince Lekisho.
Hello, good evening.
Songa karibu na microphone tukusikii.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you. Karibu.
I hope mnanisikiza vizuri.
Haya, endelea.
It's good, but we should have that philosophy of being wide. We are discussing this issue. We are not discussing this issue because of the present deputy president, but we are discussing this issue because of the other numbers of deputy president who will come after this. Okay, to me, the position for deputy president under 2010 constitution is very okay, because the democracy that the constitution gives us give him the right to engage with each and everyone. It's upon his strategy and the way he do his work just to bring Kenya into the next step. According to our deputy president and the president, we can't argue in between them, because we have no cardiac point to say what make them, if they are separated or not. Maybe that's their strategy. Maybe the president gave her way to engage with people so that he can gather some votes. So up to that point, we should
Mr. President, kama umekwama na wewe ndio umesema tuzungumzie masuala haya on a wider range na unaturudisha pale pale umetutoa. Naomba tuhakikishe kwamba tunaangalia hili swala kwa kina. Kuangalia kwa kina inamaanisha we trace vice presidents. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was vice president. He didn't become president. We had Josephat, we had Murumbu, we had Murumbi, is it all those vice presidents. Well, I want us to give it a wider range. Is it by design that when you're vice president, you don't automatically become president? The only two people that became presidents after vice president is Moi by default, whereby Kenyatta died in office, and then the constitution made it impossible for him to be shortchanged, although there was spirited effort to get that from him, although it didn't work. Then after Moi, we had Kibaki becoming president, but it was not immediate. He was not in office. He served as, I think he served more than 80 years as vice president for a very long time. And then he was dropped. Saitoti was picked. Things like that. What is it that is about the vice president that makes it difficult for him to inherit the presidents in Kenya? Prince Lekishon, are you there? Prince Lekishon? Wale watu mnajificha nyuma
Hello.
Imeanza kusafisha screen.
Good evening.
Sema Prince, nakusikia. Sema Prince, nakusikia.
Hamjambo wote?
Hatujambo, karibu kwa show. Karibu kwa show.
Asante sana. Langu la kwanza ni my condolences to the family ambayo wame lost their loved ones pale Kitui. Jana nilikuwa kwa studio, lakini shida ilikuwa inanisumbua ya network, lakini leo nimesema lazima niseme condolences to the family and friends. Oh, sawa, ninashukuru niko mzima. Mimi ni mgeni.
Karibu mgeni.
Asante kabisa. Nimefurahi kujiunga na nyinyi jioni ya leo. Tunajaribu kusikiza maneno ya siasa moja mbili, bado wengine wetu kama mimi bado hatujakomaa kisiasa vile, lakini tunaposikiza moja kwa moja vile mnaongea, tunachukua neno moja mbili, tunakomoa kisiasa pamoja tukiendelea mbele. Nimejaribu kusikiza mambo ya Uhuru na naibu wake. Na pia nimejaribu kusikiza ya kwamba kuwa vice president hautakuwa president immediate after your boss retire. The other thing what I know, if you are not loyal to your boss, it is difficult you to become a president. You must to fall out or to resign. So after some period of years, then you come to politics. Might be you'll become the president or not. But what I know, because I'm the support of the deputy president, but it is so difficult to him to become a president because he fall out with his boss. And lingine, yeye alianza campaign mapema after election ya 2017 akachapa siasa zake. His boss said let us work fast, but yeye akaamua kwanza kuingia siasa, na sasa sahizi imekuwa ngumu kwake. So I think let him learn from wale ambao walishapitia kuwa vice presidents, ya kwamba usipokuwa loyal to your boss, you'll never succeed your boss ever. So I think he must think before he take his decisions, kwamba hii bottom up ambayo tunaambiwa sahizi hatujui kama itatusaidia ama haiwezi tusaidia sisi wengine wetu, kwa sababu for example if we say that we are just bringing some bottom up, tujui tunaleta mama mboga sijui nani so sometimes I'm wondering hii Kenya inaelekea wapi jameni? Mara kuanzia Jumatatu tu Jumatatu siasa, Jumatatu tu Jumatatu siasa. Sasa tutafanya nini? Kazi tutafanya kazi ama tutakula siasa? Yes.
Rupia, you're out of order. Wacha hiyo story yako. Rupia, you're out of order. Wacha hiyo story yako.
Like Sean, are you the supporter of deputy president really?
The supporter of deputy president really?
Oh no, yeah, I am the supporter, but inafikanga mahali yenye nina jiconsult kwanza niangalie vile hii mbio ya deputy.
How can you support what you don't understand?
Rupia, you're out of order. Quarantine side. Rupia, you're out of order. You are interrogating Prince without my permission. Prince.
Yes sir.
So wewe una support deputy lakini uelewi kila anachoahidi wa Kenya.
Yeah, because sometimes vitu mingi hapa ni it's like handout, because tunakuja hapa tunatumia hizi njia za mkato ya kwamba tunaleta hii itafanyika so that mtu akuwe successful. Akifika mahali pale, sisi waraia tumekuwa daraja, tumekanyagwa sisi tumekuwa daraja, yani mtu sisi tumekuwa daraja, yeye akashatutumia akafuka akafika mahali pale akatusahau. So those are the things that we need to look. Tuache tu kudanganyika hapa na 50 bobaba 100, alafu after mtu kukuwa president you will suffer the rest 5 years bila hata kuona. Wewe ndo unahangaika kiatu na kila siku you walk, unaamka saa 10 ukienda kutafutia watoto wako, economy inaharibika. So wacha nifikie hapo kwanza.
Sawa Prince, asante kwa maoni yako na kukaribisha kwa Azimio la Umoja kwa sababu hiyo maswali yako ni mengi sana na sioni UDA wakikujibu. But thank you for the conversation. Tuendelee kuongea. Rupia, ulikuwa unataka kusema nini?
I wanted to ask Prince Lekishon that if he's given the opportunity to vote between Raila and Ruto, who will he vote for? Prince, can you answer me, please?
Inaonekana Prince ameondoka. Naomba tumsikize Fred, alafu inawezekana. Fred, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Hamjambo lakini.
Sijambo, karibu.
As for me kulingana na mada ya leo, I strongly believe that apart from Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, all these vice presidents who have been there before, they had nothing ideologically that could bind them together with their bosses. It's the only situation or circumstance that used to bring these two gentlemen together. Because if you have an ideology that guides you or makes you to be together, you will serve the purpose. Because you will understand the reason why are you there. And if you see that your reason or your purpose for you serving as a vice president is not being achieved, you will be comfortably step aside and allow the government or the person who is leading to carry on or to continue without your support. That one, it means that you people, you had an ideology. The ideology that was there was formed the presidency and the vice or the deputy. In another words, you people, you are in a same pod, and you are sailing on the same boat. And then when you disagree, you will have the audacity to tell your boss that, look here, my friend, this is not what we agreed upon. This is not our goal. But since you have decided to take this path, and this one, it was not within our negotiation or our ideologies, I believe strongly in my heart that I'll be so naive for me to continue to serve under you, and yet we have two different paths. For the case of our deputy president right now, Dr. Samoei William Ruto, they had nothing, in real sense, nothing ideologically that can hold him neither to be loyal or to serve Kenyans under Uhuru presidency softly, genuinely, perfectly. There was nothing was abiding those guys, was bringing those guys together. What brings those guys together was you and I know that very well. The issue of both of them, the issue of ICC, it is the thing that brought these gentlemen together. But ideologically, these people, they have two different paths. whereby there is no way this the deputy president could be patient or to be able or to believe in whom, in fact, to believe in our president's ideology, because president is saying that let us work. When the time comes, I will be behind you and I will support you. And then immediately, in fact, immediately 2013. Here, in fact, this is the problem where the problem started. Immediately after 2013, when they joined together, TNA and URP, these two gentlemen, they had an agreement, and a deputy president came with his URB, and the president had with his TNA, and then they had a memorandum of understanding, and they agreed that let us fight together. When we win this battle, you will go with the 50, we'll go 50-50. And then that's what happened. President was genuine, and he stick to his promise, what he promised his deputy. These people, they went in a battlefield, and by good luck, they won the battlefield. Now when President, in his wisdom, when he gave him his 50 share, the problem started there. The guy showed President that actually there is nothing ideologically that bind us together. President, with his 50% share, he tried to reflect the government, the country figure. But for him, he said, "Look here, I have fighted this battle, and the people who helped me to fight the battle is my own community, and that's why whatever I have find here in this battle, I have to take it back to them, all of them. They all gain, all benefit. That's why in his 50 share in the government 2013, he didn't go anywhere, but he just focused on the on his backyard, and that is when President look at that when looks on that issue. Now that is where the problem started, because for one, President was the trust that he had to that he had on deputy president, it decreased from that point. In fact, at one point, I had the senator Kipchumba Murkomen saying, "You want to inject?"
Bwana Fred, unachukua safari mrefu. Please begin to land. Begin to land.
Okay, let me summarize and finish. As I was saying, I have, at one point, Kipchumba Murkomen alluded that this problem we are seeing today, it has not started today. It didn't start in 2017. It started before, the way before 2017. What does that mean? These people, ideologically, they had nothing that could hold them.
Haya, Fred, inaonekana net pia imekata, lakini endelea kutegea hapo utarejelea wazo lako tukirejea. Nawashukuru nyote ambao mnaendelea kujumuika nasi katika mahojiano leo. Naamini kila mmoja ako ready kutoa maoni yake. Inawezekana vipi?
Salama Bernard, ninaweza join baadaye kidogo tafadhali, naomba.
Sawa sawa, uko na ruhusa, uko Kenya huru.
Asante.
Thank you very much. Moon Joel.
Thank you very much, and of course, okay, greetings to everyone. One thing that, of course, okay, I miss now is that okay, election has gone out, and you're supporting the president, the deputy president, and at the same time, he knows nothing about, and of course, okay, he doesn't have anything good for him, and I would have maybe advise in my own language that Hakuna Malian, and I wish that, of course, he's listening to me.
He's here.
And
He's here.
okay.
You can talk to him.
Oh, Lekishon, Prince. Of course, okay. Thank you very much that you are here. And the way that I've heard you talking, you're a Masai, of course. Nyagaida maziage made a new little to Dwaga Yenias. Nagusinda enjoyed the deputy president and doing Najika support to Raga Meta. Is he done on a okay?
Yeah.
Nagusinda enjoyed the deputy president and doing Najika support to Raga Meta. Is he done on a okay?
Oh, surely.
Thank you. So of course, okay. Thank you. So of course, okay. On the topic of the day, is that of course okay, the inheritance of the
Okay, only one person can speak at a time, so let's not have to give us a feedback. So Moon, go ahead. Let Prince wait until you are done.
All right. So on the topic of the day is that of course okay, on the deputy president or the one ambao tulikuwa tunasema the vice presidency inheriting being the president, of course okay, it is just but an accident. I don't think it is a curse. And of course okay, from wale ambao tulikuwa nao, from Jaramogi himself, of course okay, Jaramogi was a gentleman kwa sababu alikuwa anaweza retire na kusema kwamba I don't want this thing even if not working for the people. Kuna wale ambao wanachukua kiti and of course okay, after taking it they just like wamehang mahali, hawajafikia kwa ile power that they want. So from the beginning wanaanza kupigana na rais mwenyewe. I think that is where the problem always comes in. That of course okay, the president himself does not and will not support it because now you are so hungry on what you call the power. Now you've seen the door is of course okay, near you being the president, kwa unataka zaidi kuwa pale ndani. So of course okay, I don't think it is just but an accident ama ni kitu ambacho kinakuja na ile kwamba kwa sababu wewe mwenyewe design yako tu ambao so at some point it is a design or at some point it is just but an accident that of course okay, umechukua ile kiti alafu bado ile sifa ambayo utaenda kupeana. I don't even think that of course okay, it is only Kibaki who did the best in this country from that okay, the president. Kwa hivyo nadhani yule ambaye angekuwa vice president wake kama angekuja na kusema kwamba let me ride or not on the success of the presidency or all the success of the government that have been serving as a deputy president or the vice president, then of course okay, angepata, lakini utakuta kwamba bado tu kutakuwa na ile shakeups bado. Kwa hiyo I don't think it is a curse, it is only like inakuja tu. George Saitoti have been of course okay, has been the vice president for a very long time wakati wa Moi nani, lakini wakati ambapo alikuwa anataka kuja na kupele tuseme kwamba amekuja ameserve tena government vizuri being the security the minister for security, na wakati alikaribia kuchukua ile ikawa kwamba kwa bahati mbaya akafa. I don't think it is a curse, it is just but a design that maybe you design for yourself because of your hunger, ile kwamba you just want to be in power, or maybe an accident that comes like any other accident that of course okay, chukua mfano wa Raila has always been fighting for the presidency of course, and what I always believe is that of course he has been winning, but hatujai ikiwa ile kuambiwa kwamba now Raila Amolo Odinga has been the president and of course okay, swear as a president, kwa hivyo na haja kuwa vice president. Kwa hivyo ni ile tu kwamba ni hali tu, I don't think so. Of course okay, on my side ukiangalia ile na deputy president haizi maybe ni hivyo hivyo wote wanafanyanga, isipokuwa basi wale presidents wengine ambao wamekuwa nyuma yetu, wamekuwa mbele, wamekuwa they have been very harsh maybe, or the constitution itself that of course okay, the deputy presidents the vice presidents were serving at that time was very strict that of course okay, the president was the say in everything. Kwa hivyo hatujaonyeshwa ile. Kwa hivyo wote wamekuwa na ile kwamba wamekuwa na ile kutaka zaidi ile power, but deputy president now that of course okay the constitution support him and he has a say in the constitution, so anakuwa kama ni kama the government is okay between the two of us. Kwa hivyo niko na powers yangu ya kutoka mwenyewe na kwenda ku campaign at any time that I want, but wote wanakuwa na hiyo ile hali ya kutaka kuwa na ile powers ya kwamba nataka kuwa president. Kwa hivyo the moment wameingia ile pamoja, wameingia kuwa the president and the vice president, the vice president always anaanza ku provoke the president. Kwa hivyo I think that is where the has come from, but that is yes, that I design that you design for yourself, maybe for your own hungry in terms of okay, want to be in power. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if you finish your conversation with Prince Lekishon.
Yeah, Lekishon, of course. I missed the report. I'll get time with him, and maybe the number will come to interchange.
Order. Okay, what's going to happen is, let me give him time to respond to what you say.
All right.
Prince, karibu. Like Sean, unmute and speak. Okay, inaonekana hayupo. James.
Niko.
Yes.
Like Sean, uko na jibu la
Joel. Joel.
Endelea like Sean. The broadcast is allergic to silence.
Okay. Mi nashukuru sana Joel vile ameongea. I support him 100% and we shall continue talking. So please kindly, I need to give him my number so that we can talk through our phones.
Sawa. There is a private chat right beside the screen where you can privately exchange numbers for those people on the screen only. Don't put it in the chats, put in the public section. If you don't want your number to reach the rest of the world. So only the people in the studio will be able to see the number if you put it in the private chat. Make use of that, and you're free also to join Mtembei TV WhatsApp group where we discuss these things before we come here. So if you leave us your number, we'll be able to add you on our WhatsApp group, and then you will be a participant into the kitchen before we arrive at the serving table right here. Well, let's hear from Joshua. Joshua, unala kuongeza kabla tuende kwa James.
Yes. Number one, I'll support Rupia. This guy spoke very well, and we should be having. I'll support that 100%. That when a government is run by two gentlemen, they should be, I can say, good enough to step aside once their term is over. If they're defeated, let them go home. Right? So, and another thing I wanted to say, this is not a joint ticket. It's not a partnership in the government. We're having an executive president, and the deputy president is supposed to just be a subordinate. There's no question about it. About being ambitious or coming in another years to, go in, there's no problem. Nobody says no. Every person has ambitions. But as long as you are serving under government, hide your ambitions, go out even like 5 years, revise where you made mistakes or the achievement that you did, and then come back. Another thing I wanted to say is this: a government that is not run with harmony is a government that will be a crooked government. I'm so grateful that the president of the day knew it, and he stood and he said, no, I'm not going to be in harmony with the people. I can be in a disharmony with one person who is the deputy president, but let me hold the visions I had for my people. I'm still here. I'll be the only person who will be judged, not the deputy president. And let me work for the people. And he went on to deliver the promises he made to his people. So another thing I wanted to say, Joel said that things happen, that any person can find himself as the deputy president and things happen. Joel, listen to me and listen to me very well. Everything happens by design, not accident. We don't have accidents. The deputy president calculates, like, if I step outside right now, opposition, by the way, opposition in many countries picks what we call the revolution, right? It is hard by the people more than the government. He calculated and knew, if I step outside, most likely I'll pull a lot of people on my side, number one. Number two, I'll appeal for sympathy, right? The government pushed me away. When I look at this thing, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya can only be built by visionary dictators. This is so true. You have the vision, you know where you take your people, and then you go to people, seek their endorsement. Once they have given you, you defy all these other noises. Okay? And I'm considering these other noises, the noises I'm talking about. You go for the vision of building a nation, building a stable country. And somebody told me this, and I was like, yeah, it makes sense. Kenya right now, it's like a construction site. This means what? The next 2, 3, 4 governments will be making more money. So money is not going to be a problem. Jobs are going to come, because once you have infrastructure in place, that is okay. And the president of the day is building our country to have an international face, not just a Kenyan face, an international face. And that is so, so important. And I'm so grateful that he's not listening to this small noise and going for the vision. Let him avoid the missionaries. I'm a man of a mission. Can you imagine? A man on a mission. No treat, no surrender, and you have the president to support. We should always be hearing these things. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to be in a Kenya where the president is the total person, and then a government that has harmony. And if people trust the government, just go in and support your president until the term is over and move out. So should we consider the deputy presidency as a curse? I can say yes. The way it is right now, it's more of a curse, because you cannot push away your deputy, all right? If he chooses not to listen to you, that is his choice, and he knows the opportunities that he has. So he feels like, I can master the government, right? I can master the government. He cannot push me away. After a few days, you have meetings in your own residential area. By the way, this was a coup. I consider it a coup. It's a political coup. You take all the armies of the president from his region, all the MPs from, I'm sorry to say that.
Mind your language. Mind your language.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. I take it back. You take all let me say the soldiers of the president, who are the MPs, representatives from his people, you take them to another area, and then you ideologically change them. I don't know whether it's ideologically or with the money, all right? And you take all these people, and then you leave him hanging, and then you start blaming other people who are supporting him. That should not happen. That should not happen. So I want to live in a country where there is harmony between the president and the deputy presidency. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Bwana Joshua. We appreciate your input. Let's keep talking. James, briefly 1 minute before we go back to Fred. I hope he has sorted out his
2 minutes.
Whatever technical issues.
Yes, in 2010, we gave ourselves a constitution, and that constitution was informed by our experiences in the past. And one of the experiences that we had was that of the vice president seemingly being molested by the presidents. So we sought to cushion them, but we went overboard, and we are now reaping the fruits of the mistake that we made. Because when you say that the president will be picking his deputy and they go into the elections jointly, we did not envisage a situation whereby the deputy could muscle even more MPs on his side than the president himself. We did not see the possibility of him being a deputy president who can blackmail the president himself, because that's what we understand was happening in the first term, and that's why many scandals happened. We did not foresee a situation whereby it would become very difficult to remove a deputy president because he's brought in very many of his MPs on his side, who he has come with a completely different agenda away from that of the main man, the president. This is an experiment that we did, and it is failed totally. It is my considered opinion that this is an issue that should be reopened again, examined, because at the end of the day, what matters is the stability of the country and the political advancement and the economic well-being of its people, not about securing the interest of one person who can hold the country at ransom. So for me, I would tend to think that time has come. I think the BBI gives us an opportunity to price open this issue again, examine it, not so because of the current person who is the deputy president, but also for the posterity, because you can also imagine if a situation whereby you have a push and pull in the government to a level of paralyzing the government's operations. If it were not for the opposition that was willing to come and assist in this second term of this government, I doubt how it would have worked. Otherwise, the president would have been in a very bad situation. We would be talking of worse things having happened, especially in terms of corruption, because when you are held at ransom and you are blackmailed that you must give this tender to this and so on and so forth, and so on and so forth, it would really hurt the people, the same people that these politicals say they are trying to secure their future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. We hear you, and following everything you are saying, we appreciate it. I believe we're on the right track. Let us, offices don't make people, or people are the ones that make offices. And so we must watch who we give an office to, or else they turn our office into something else altogether. We have great lessons to draw from the past for us to secure our future. So let Kenyans keep talking. Thank you, Josephat Murithi, for continuing on the comment section. Linet Kadua, we appreciate you. Jose Kowech, asante sana. Tuendelee kuongea, lakini tuchunge lugha yetu. Hakuna haja ya kutusi mtu. Ni muhimu tuwe wa Kenya pamoja. Wewe uko na uhuru wa kuwa na Azimio la Umoja ama UDA ama chama chochote kile unachagua. Kenya ni huru, na hii constitution huu uhuru tulipigania ili kila mmoja awe na nafasi ya kusema kile anachoona, lakini uhuru wako usitumie kiwe vibaya kwa kutusi wengine ama kutesa wengine. Elizabeth Bill, tunakushukuru kwa kujumuika nasi. Tuendelee kuongea na karibisha mtu aendelee kuona show. Naamini kwamba unapata faida kutokana na mazungumzo yanayoendelea. Karibu sana Bwana Fred, ukamilishe hoja yako, ulikatisiwa na net. Naomba uendelee.
Yeah, asante sana Bwana Bernard. So kile naweza sema, for additional to what I said before, or what I said earlier is that nobody thought that after the reggae to be stopped, Baba will come up with something, with a new idea. Nobody thought about that one. That's why Baba came up with the Azimio la Umoja. And this Azimio la Umoja, believe me, this is what is guiding Baba to find out who 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 is deputy president will be. He will go with him in on the ballot based on ideology, not situation or circumstance. Because if two people who share the same ideology, they team up and they go to the war, it will be easy for them to win that war. But if the situation or circumstance force you to come together, okay, likely you can win, but at the end of the day, you will you will apart from one another because there is nothing in common that is binding you together. So my point still remains: these two gentlemen, the great gentlemen, they had nothing ideologically that could hold them together. We saw this coming, and until now, it's just being a manifestation of what we thought and what we saw. Because somebody earlier, early 2013, somebody says that remember, as you are going to poll, as you are going to elect leaders, remember, choices has consequences. So I'm feeling pity for Kenya and for my countrymen. Why? These are the consequences that we have to face. We have to to embrace it because we were warned. And somebody says that remember, once you make a choice, choices always has the consequences. So this is what the consequences. These are the consequences that people themselves. So I don't believe because in fact I didn't voted for this government from 2013 and towards I didn't voted for them. I know, but I didn't vote for from 20 from to only 202 only to 2002. But from there, I have never voted for any sitting government. I always vote otherwise. So what I'm saying, because of ideology, if people goes together and go in the field when they are sharing the ideology or where they are running the government based on ideology, not based on situation and circumstances, my friend, will have a very good and smooth government. For example, as Joe Biden and Obama. I remember one day Obama says that it has been a while, and it was reaching a point whereby when President Obama wanted to make a very critical decision, the only person who was being left with him in a room, it was Joe Biden. He was his deputy. He was the only person they could be remain in a room and make a very difficult decision. So this one we cannot see from this government of ours. We cannot see because these people they don't have anything in common. They don't share anything in common ideologically, apart from dressing same shirts, same ties. Uh, about dressing code, nothing else. And this has been indicated very clearly from the 2013. What was binding them together was dress code. And when the dress code didn't match, 2017. Now things started, things went apart. Thank you for that submission, my Bernard. Back to you.
I guess as we wait for the host to join us, I'll support you 100%. The deputy president should support the president, even in difficult situations. As Kenya is right now, we are operating on a vacuum that is we are feeding, right? We're operating on a vacuum that we are feeding. Haiwezi shipa. Why do I say so? Somebody said that our president, the deputy president's, office is being facilitated by the government, right? And it's not operational. It's not helping the government. It's anti-government. So I feel when it comes to inheriting the presidency, the president will never, and this is so true, will never support any person who didn't support the ideologies or didn't support their vision. There is no way a president can support that kind of person. And presidents want to protect their legacies. I'm happy that you talked about Obama. Obama came to campaign for Joe Biden. Reason, he knew he had done a lot and he never wanted that vision or the structures he put in place to be watered down. So why not in the country? We love our country called Kenya. Why can't we work together? The deputy president and the president, we finish our term as we went to people and asked people to give us a chance to serve them. We serve them to the end. Then if people feel like we did good enough to be, given another chance, maybe you take over from what I've done. But in a situation where as a deputy president or that office is not supporting the sitting presidents, the structures laid by the sitting presidents won't allow that person to come because he will destroy everything. He will destroy everything. So that is the reason as to why I feel we need to have a harmonious relationship between the president. And in this case, it doesn't make a man less a man when he hampers himself to the powers. We don't agree. There's a lot of things we don't agree with the powers, but doesn't mean that we should despise that office. No. That is the worst thing that we can do. And I'm hoping, I'm really hoping that when the next president of this country or the candidates pick their people, they should pick people as submissive. Number one, as a quality, they're humble, and number two, they're willing to grow and serve the people together with the sitting government. That is all I can submit. I hope if the host, are you in, or we can push it to James?
Yes, Joshua, before Bernard comes back, I think it is important to know that I'll go back again to the 2010 Constitution. When we sought to cushion the position of the deputy president and take them to the elections as a pair, we did not envisage certain things. We did not envisage a situation whereby the deputy could be even having machinations behind the back of the president himself in the same party. That is what happened with Jubilee. That the deputy was able, in fact, today in today's Daily Nation, the former KRA commissioner exposed in his book that he has written on his memoir that he noticed what was happening. The deputy president was positioning his people across the country, and it was very heavy, especially in central Kenya, where he cherry-picked the people who would sing a song Michael Wawero reached out to the brother of Uhuru Kenyatta and cautioned him that what he had observed. But however, nothing happened. We are now reaping the fruits of that kind of a situation where we did not envisage a situation whereby we could have an overambitious deputy president who positioned himself in such a way that he renders the president totally irrelevant within the political party that they have. And it is now in the public domain that the president went through a very hard time in the first 5 years because he was actually captive of this man, because they had come as half-half. They had come as URP and TNA. So he came strongly with his, his ideas, and positioned himself in such a way that he would control the government in all aspects, leaving the president almost rendered powerless. You also remember that the first term, it was very difficult to change the manpower in government because everything was negotiated. You are aware that when we were replacing the first inspector general, it became very political, and it is something that was robbing even in press conferences, that the inspector general has to come from the same community. So we did not envisage a situation whereby the deputy could become mischievous or could be over ambitious to a level of infiltrating the political party that the president is also running on, to a point of rendering the president powerless in his own government. That is what happened. And I think it is time maybe we look at our constitution again to cushion the president from such machinations in the future, because at the end of the day, it is a country that suffers when you have a situation like that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. Thank you, Fred. Thank you, everyone. We're glad that you are giving your views, and I believe as Kenyans we must engage on this matter. As much as we would want to apply the first deputy president as an example, he serves as an example of the first serving deputy president, but I don't think he fits into the shoes of being the right example that every deputy should take from. One person, when you're prone to taking advantage of the weakness part of the law and you use it for your own gain, it makes you unfit to be in charge of the people or in charge of the country, because if you can use wherever you see in the law as a weak point and then use it to your advantage, means given the whole constitution, you will be able to look for those loopholes and take advantage of the same. And so let us watch out on who we give power to control the country, because if somebody can use a small office for personal gain, he will also use the big office for personal gain. Jesus said, he that is faithful in the very little shall be faithful in much. He that is unfaithful in little, he will be unfaithful in much. So offices don't change people. It is people that change office. So let Kenyans sober up and be able to make wise decisions on who they give charge over this country. I don't think if you have a good heart and you're committed to the welfare of the country, you will take advantage of anybody's weakness. A correct leader enhances the strength of other leaders. He enjoys the company of leaders who are even stronger than him. But if somebody's determined to have only weak people around him, sycophants and people who don't know anything, who owe them everything, that one, to me, he doesn't look like a national leader. a nationalist that we need to rally this country into a direction that will help it rise from where it has gone to where it ought to be. But that is my view. That is my perception. I think we need to reason on the same. So let's keep talking. The curse of deputy president or vice presidents, the difficulty of inheriting presidents. Is it by design or accident? Let's talk. Mukulu Mobema. Vipi lakini wewe? Mukulu Mobema, hatukusikii. Audio umepeleka wapi? Aya, utasoti hiyo mwenyewe. Grape Joy, how are you? Grape Joy, are you there? Okay. Kenneth Kosgei. Kenneth Kosgei, are you there? Kwani watu wameenda wapi? Oh, Lord have mercy on me. Bwana Kosgei, mbona kujiza? Unmute kwanza, unmute, hatukusikii.
Yes, Bernard.
Aya, namna gani?
Good evening. It has been a long time.
Yes, I wonder where you went. Where is my Morisik?
I was holiday, nimekuwa Eldoret lakini nimekuja na Morisik, niko Nairobi. How are you lakini?
Aha. Nikupate wapi kesho nikuje na kibuyu changu?
CBD.
Aya. Namba yako hapo kwa private chat, nitakujia maziwa yangu kesho.
Sawa. Wacha nikuje kwa mada.
Hoja yako toa hoja.
Siasa leo nimeona siasa imeweza kupata kushika kazi, na kuna siasa venye nimekupata umesungumuza, kuna siasa ya kupishana, kuna siasa ya kujipamba, ya kujikamba I mean. Siasa ya Kenya saizi inaelekea mwelekeo wengine kibaya. An example like imefika ile mahali mtu badala auze sera zake anauza sera akijipika kifua. Unajua kuomba kura ni kama kutongoza msichana. Wewe siomba kura kwa kifua. Kura ni kwenda kuomba mwananchi kwa ile njia ile kuhumble. In other means mwenyekiti mwenye baada kwa sasa ambapo ni president wetu anastamili heshima yake pia bado. Sidhani kama kuna ile wakati ambao utaomba kura kama unashambulia ule mwenye nchi baada anaongoza na unamshambulia. Kura ni kuomba kwa ile njia ya unyenyekevu. Na siasa ambao inaelekea kwa direction ya saizi ni Mwenyezi Mungu atukomboe. Juu wanasiasa ambao tuko naye saizi tumeweka wanasiasa wadogo sana. Wanasiasa wenyewe kusema kweli yenye tunachukua vijana wadogo sana, ambapo ile matamshi yao yanaweza choma inji. Tusipokaa steady au watu taribu inji. Unapata mtu ni underage, hajajua hajakomaa akili, lakini tunaenda pale ground tunamchukua. Akienda kusimama pale mbele anashambulia mwenye inji. Unajua rais kitambo pale nyuma wakati ya Moi ilikuwa ukimshambulia uwezi fika saa 8 kama hujatolewa. Lakini saa hii kijana mdogo anashambulia rais mpaka unashindwa ni inji imeharibika ama ni mtu ako kwa adolescence. Aliingia kwa kiti bila kujielewa. So kando na upande ni tuelewe kwanza hao wote upande na upande wanaelewa demokrasia ni nini? Wanaelewa mwelekeo uongozi ni nini? Juu saizi kama kiongozi wetu hapa kwa hii group yetu Bernard aikuja hapa naanze kutushambulia, sisi wenye tutakuja kumjoin tutashinda hata kusungumuza. Lakini Bernard akikutukaribisha vizuri kwa ile njia ya unyenyekevu, mjadala itaendelea vizuri. Rais amewapea wanasiasa wafanye siasa. Lakini enda uza sera, usiende kuuza rais, usiende kushambulia rais. Kuja uza sera zako, nikikupenda sawa, nisipokukupenda si lazima. Lakini tuweke mtazamo wetu wazi. Na tumekuja tukagundua, na mimi kila mara Bernard tunaelewanga mimi ni demokrasia. Si yuko upande hii, si yuko upande hii. Mimi ni Mkenya daima. Wanasiasa wote upande na upande wanafaa kuelewa kuwa nchi ina sheria. Inji kuna heshima. Heshimu ule mwenye baada wa kiti akishatoka, pia na hata akitoka heshima ni kitu kidogo sana. So in my views, nikikaa chini ya tent nikiongojea maybe watu wengine, ni tusingatie demokrasia, tusingatie uheshima. Ndio rais anaweza kuwa na ubaya yake, lakini tusiongee ubaya, tusingatie heshima. So yangu ni hayo, Bernard. Bernard bado anazungumza kwa simu, nadhani nitachukua dakika 2-3 ndio akimaliza simu asungumuse. Nilikuwa nje panapo siku 2 nikapata mjadala pia akisungumusia. Tunapozungumza siasa wana members, tusiweke roho. Unajua siasa usiweke roho. Siasa si kitu ya kuweka kwa roho leo lazima fulani akuwe fulani. Lakini tuuze sera tukikumbuka Kenya. Tusiuze sera tukipiga kifua, tusiuze sera tukisema kuwa lazima fulani akuwe fulani. Lakini tuuze sera zetu tukijua kano na siasa Kenya itabaki kuwa Kenya. Kano na huyu akichukua huyu asipochukua Kenya itaendelea. Unajua pale nyuma mimi nilikuwa nafukuza hii ndogo ndogo, lakini ule mtu nilikuwa natarajia kumchukua nikachukua mwingine, lakini nilikubali kwa sababu siwezi lazimisha. So ni kama siasa tusiweke kwa roho. Juu siasa ni kitu kingine mbovu sana. Itafika ile next end mwenye tulikuwa tunamtarajia hakutarajika pale. Mwenye tulikuwa tunafikiria maybe atakomboa hata hawezi komboa. So kwa mimi, kwa simio langu ama kwa maoni yangu mimi kama Mkenya daima, ni tusiweke siasa chuki, tusiweke siasa kwa roho, bali tutumishe sisi kama wananchi na members ambao tumeweza kuhostiwa na Bernard. Tusingatie kwanza ni nidhamu, ili tunaposikiza hizi vitu zingine juu mahali siasa imefikia kwa saizi. Siasa imekuwa mbovu sana. Siasa si siasa kwa sahi. Siasa imekuwa ni wakati ya kutusiana. Mtu anaamka anapewa microphone, badala auze sera, anauza matusi, anauza uchochefu, ambao sisi kama Wakenya tutarajii. Na kusema kweli sielewi tunaelekea upande gani. Hata mimi nimeshindwa kuelewa. Ninajua mali imefikia saizi, hata nimeshindwa. Bado kuna katiba ama katiba imewekwa chini ya mesa ndio baadaye kuje itolewe. DCI imelala bwana. Hata sielewi ni nini inaendelea Kenya. Sawa Bernard.
Thank you Bwana Koskei. Thank you for holding on and keeping on. Asioni kama kuna dunia imepasuka mahali Kenya. Ni vile tu tuko na rais mzuri ambaye hataki fujo. Lakini tungekuwa ile enzi ya Moi, watu wangelala ndani, watu wangekamatwa, wangesungushwa na special branch. Lakini kwa sasa hivi tuenjoy tu kiasi, kwa sababu tuna deal na mtu ambaye anapenda kulia, kwa sababu akiguzwa kidogo hivi analia. Lakini hata kwenda kila siku, it's important that national leadership is left for sober leaders, people who are mature and able to govern the country. Now, governing the country requires that you shoulder the country. You don't just shoulder your ambition or you shoulder your aspiration. You shoulder your country. That nikizungumza hivi, I'm speaking conscious of 49 million people. These 49 million people are my responsibility. And so because they are my responsibility, I should weigh what I say, I should promise what I can deliver, and I should work myself to see to it that these 49 million people are well catered for. That is what we need in leadership. Lakini kama kiongozi is full of himself, he wants his way or the highway, there is something wrong somewhere. For the young leaders, I don't think that they lack examples. It's because they have chosen to follow the wrong path. And when you choose to follow the wrong path as a young parliamentarian or a young politician, what happens is that you cut short your lifespan in politics. Wale watu wamekuwa kwa politics from the 90s, they have survived all through. They were not like that. Orengo was a nut. He was born to chew. They were trouble as young Turks, but they kept themselves under the leadership of their elders. The moment you overtake the elders and now begin to insult them, umejilaani kama a young politician. And that is why they are not surviving long in the arena. I don't have any business trying to lie to anybody. The truth is, if you have no honor for your elders, you cut your life short from the biblical point of view and from the African heritage. Na wale mulifanya CRI mnajua, CRI iko na subject inaitwa African heritage na zinaenda sambamba. So kama mababu zetu waliweka misingi, alafu sisi tunavunja hizo misingi, tunafikiria kwamba tumekuwa digital, tuko smarter. Hatuwezi toboa. Angalia tu wale watu wote ambao wameamua kuchagua kuvunja hiyo mipaka. Their politics never lasts. And for those young politicians who are ready to insult anybody because when they insult somebody, they have made a career, what have they become? They can't survive without finding somebody to insult. That is not the way we need to go. So as a country, I believe we are in safe hands as at now. The government is in control of whatever that is happening. And for the politicians to misbehave, it is just for a short while. The DP is on record bragging about 150 members of parliament. And I don't think he's doing that by accident. He knows what he's talking about, okay? But he also knows that the 150, he knows that also the 150 are not coming back, okay? If they come back, maybe 50 out of that 150. So he should not be bragging about he has 150. If he was talking about he has 150 in 2017, it could be something to rejoice about. But 150 at the tail end of the term, hey, my DP, you are biting more than you can chew. These people are dancing with you to collect what they can collect. At the end of the day, wanajua wanaenda retirement. Wana collect pesa ya retirement. Si eti wanajua watu wanarudi bungeni. Na hiyo kivumbi kitakwenda kujulikana mbivu na mbichi. Wacha tufike Februari ndio tutajua maji itapata level yake. Asanteni sana. Tuende kwa Mkulu Mombema. Mobema. Is that Congolese?
Bernard.
Yes.
What happens when an elder behaves like a teenager? Where you have somebody like Rigathi Gachagua spewing hatred and insults. You've talked about the youth,
yes,
youthful leaders. What happens with elders when they talk the way I've heard them talk today, especially insulting those they don't agree with politically? Because that's what has been happening across the Nyeri today.
Okay, thank you. There is one of my seniors in the faith, Dr. Kayo, says that if you put on a white suit, then you're on your way to church, then you find children are playing in the mud, then you join them in the mud, and they soil your suit. The children are not to blame. It is you as an elder who chose to go where children are and began to play with the children. There is something definitely wrong with the kind of politics that the DP's wing are introducing in Kenya. In the past, we did not have these issues where people lose respect for themselves, especially when it comes to age. Hizi vitu zimeletwa tu juzi ambapo kila mtu anajisahau kwamba yeye ni mzee, anapaswa kuelekeza jamii, so anataka kufanya mzaa na kila kitu. Ni muhimu kama wewe ni mzee unajiheshimu, na heshima yako inatokana na nini? Kuchagua maneno unayosema, kuchagua nani una associate na yeye na una support nini. Lakini siasa ya kusupport chochote kwa sababu kitakutengenezea euphoria ambayo itakusaidia kurudi bungeni, hiyo haisaidii nchi. Na kwa hivyo wazee ambao hawataki kujiheshimu, basi wamepoteza status yao kama wazee, watachukuliwa kama watoto na hakuna mtu katika jamii atawaheshimu. And the desperation of trying to save the seats that they are trying to save so much portrays them wrongly. Even the electorate will not trust you because they know you came with this, you have changed to this, you have insulted this. So what do you gain by insulting Raila in Nyeri when you're looking for a parliamentary seat? Is Raila coming to vie for a parliamentary seat in Nyeri? No. So these people need to style up. If you want to go for politics all the way. Learn politics, play politics like football, okay? Within the rules. You can't play football with netball rules. You can't play football with volleyball rules. You must play your politics within the rules. And being politician doesn't mean you have now broken all the rules of life because it is politics. No, wazee wajiheshimu, na usipoheshimiwa utatritiwa kama mtoto, na kuna kitu mbaya kama mzee anayechukuliwa kama mtoto. So kina Rigathi, they need to style up, and Raila is not their problem. ODM is not their problem. Their problem is they miscalculated their political move. They want to use 2013 scheme and 2017 scheme to win 2022 election. It doesn't work. In politics, you don't repeat a strategy. You don't repeat an approach. You must always lay for yourself a new slide and write a new script. They should have learned that from Baba. Baba dropped code framed NASA for 2017. He's talking about Azimio la Umoja for 2022. That's how politics is played. Wewe unataka kucheza Jubilee 2013, Jubilee 2017, Jubilee 2022, mpaka tutakunasa. Hiyo haina apologies. Samahani kwa wale ambao nimekwaza. Naomba tuendelee. Mokulu, hujatengeneza sauti yako. Naomba
iko sawa sasa. Unanipata?
Umetengeneza?
Unanisikia?
Haya, nakusikia, endelea.
Okay, sasa iko sawa. Leo hata sina mengi kwa sababu naona penye tunaelekea kuna dalili hapo mbele. Ila tu kenye nataka niseme, tulisema ya kwamba siasa sisi ndio wenye nchi na tunaweza amua kuiharibu ama kuitengeneza. Mimi kama mwenye labda si participate kwa hiyo siasa ya elective politics, but at least niko na kura yangu, naenda kuvote. Na nikivote nachagua either mtu mbaya ama mzuri. Na nataka tu ni-comment tu kwa kitu tu moja tu leo. Tumesema ya kuwa sisi ndio tunatengeneza nchi. Na pia wanasiasa pia wako na jukumu kubwa sana kwa sababu wao ndio wanapata nafasi ya kuhutubia wananchi kila siku. Na leo nilifurahishwa na Raila alisema ya kuwa saizi atafuti followers ambaye Ruto saizi bado anatafuta. Yaani anataka tu akue like apate watu wa wheelbarrow, akue na watu wa pikipiki. Unapata saa zingine wakikuwa na rally, unaona pikipiki inaenda mbio, siji wana comment like unaona niko na followers hao watu. So to him saizi bado ndiye anatafuta hao followers ambaye Raila alishatafuta before. Na ile lugha gani tunatumia saa zile tunatafuta followers? Kwa sababu these followers, in as much as hata kama umeshindwa, still unaweza rudi kwao. Uambie fanyeni hivi. Ambayo tumeona kwa hizi siasa zenye zimepita. Unapata hata during that nomination kuna tu yule mwenye anataka tu atoe vurugo kwa ili kitu iendelee vibaya. Na nataka ni comment, kuna siku alikuwa huko Soswa. Hiyo nilikuwa na watch hiyo clip ambaye bado iko, unaweza go revive uiangalie tena. Aliongea akasema ya kuwa Raila ni mzee. Alafu kuendelea mbele akasema niachie wale watu wa kurusha mawe. Niachie wale watu wa kungoa reli. Unaweza enda uangalie hiyo. To me hiyo naona ni kama utiaji. Kwa sababu wewe ukisikia hivyo, umejua akisema hivyo ana associate Raila na kungoa reli ambaye hatutaki turudi huko. Hata siku hizi Wajaluo wamekuwa civilized. Tunataka tukue na ile Kenya ambayo we reason na these politicians. Wao ndio wanakuanga katika hiyo nini ya kusababisha watu wafanye vitu kama hizo. Na ukianza kuongea lugha kama hizo saa hizi na hatujafika hata hiyo wakati hata mwingine hata hajaiamua na umeshaanza kusema hayo. What will happen? Sasa tuko karibu kufika hapo. So ni vizuri pia tuangalie yule mwenye ako na inchi. Na tuangalie, sisemi eti vijana, mwingine alisema hapa, sasa alikuwa ni Joshua hapa nani? Alisema ya kuwa vijana wenye bado kuna vijana ambao wako na akili na wamejua wanasema nini. Ni ile tu saa zingine wanaamua tu kufollow tu mtu kwa sababu labda pesa kidogo imepeanwa, na ni vizuri tuangalie ni wakina nani hawa ili tuweze kusonga mbele kama nchi. Ile tu tunataka ni hiyo amani. Tukue na election, ikue tujue ni nani anaendelea, but let peace prevail at the end of everything. Sababu saa zile peace imeprevail, nchi inasonga mbele. Tunatoka namba 6 tunakuwa namba 1. Unaona? Hiyo ndio tunataka. Nimemaliza Ben.
Okay, thank you Mokulu. Tuende kwa Pato Kip. Unmute. Unmute kwanza. Unmute ndio uongee bwana Pato. Pato, you are still mute. You can't speak. We can't hear you. Unmute. Angalia kwa screen mahali kuna mic. Touch hapo kwanza unmute. Okay, endelea. Mara moja tu. Yeah.
Okay. Unanisikiza?
Yes, it's now okay. Go ahead.
Sasa tunakupata vizuri.
Okay. This is my first time. Me, I've been longing to be in this show. I've been following wakina Fred Kasuti na wale wengine. Okay. Following the latest state of the nation, ama the politics of the day, it is clear that the line is now drawing where it is touching on the common mwananchi. Tumeona siasa yenye inachezwa. We are still siasa zetu bado iko kwa ukabila. Nikisema hivyo, if you want to be voted to be a member of parliament or a MCA or a governor, ukiwa kwa region, domiciled region, if you are in Nyanza, lazima upend William Ruto to be elected as a member of parliament ama governor. Utaongea juu ya au Raila Odinga is bad ama vile Raila Odinga amesemekana ni mbaya. So wacha niseme hivi, lazima tu tukubali. Kwa saizi lazima tukubali we are in the tuko kwa ile century time, ile wakati, ile dakika za mwisho, extra time ya mchezo. In Kenya hakuna maendeleo inaendeleaga after election. Ukiwa na opportunity ujifix hapo na uuse sera zako, hata kama ni 5 years uuse sera zako. When we go back to what has happened, Raila Odinga aliweza kuchipigia debe wakati alianza kulalamika ni nusu mkate. Mbona maneno ya red carpet and whatever, toilet and whatever. You get the point? When you go to mwenye anatuongoza saizi anatuambia mimi vijana mtulize boli, na yeye wakati alikuwa anatafuta kura back in 2011 akiungana na William Ruto, alikuwa anatuambia yeye ni kijana, hawezi akashindana na Raila. It is a day of petrol, is a day of double standard. So lazima we go back to our factory as a voters, tujue tutapiga kura kulingana na sera gani, sababu William Ruto akiwa kwa mkutano wake lazima aseme historia ya kitendawili ndio crowd ichangamuke. Pale kwa Raila pia lazima aseme maneno ya corruption ndio crowd ichangamuke. So you know, it is a Kenya. So you people lazima tu tumeze dawa vile iko, na we go back our trouble cocoon na tujipange pale nyuma. So hapa tu tutasema story, lakini ambapo tutarudi pale nyumbani na tuanze tuseme tena tulinyeshewa wapi. You hear me? So mimi nataka niseme hivi nikimalizia, whether you like it or not, Raila Odinga ataitwa kitendawili until next year tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 tupige uchaguzi. William Ruto pia tutaendelea kuita mwizi, ambapo hakuna penye atahukumiwa pia, na ule mwingine hakuna penye ataambiwa wewe si mganga, ambapo Mungu hajarudi hivi karibuni, hatarudi hivi karibuni akuja atuambie huyu si mganga. Na pia William Ruto hatujapeleka kwa kotini twende tuambie, na hakuna siku tutampeleka William Ruto kwa kotini. Pale tu ni it's a political tool, ambapo tutasema huyu ni mwizi, huyu ni mganga. So wewe Mkenya ukiwa penye huko, you just stick to your lane na umpigie ule mtu mwenye unajua ako na sera mzuri, mwenye atabadilisha sura ya penye unatoka, sura ya Kenya. That is it all about it. Otherwise ile maneno tunasikia kwa campaign ile tuna
Pato.
Yes.
Swali.
Yes.
James anakuuliza swali.
Yes. Ninataka kumuuliza kwa sababu hawa viongozi wakija kutuongeleshea wanatuambia vile wanafanya, vile wanatarajia kufanya, na bado wanatuambia zile shinda tunazo. Wewe kwako ni kama unafikiria kwamba jambo la ufisadi si jambo linatakiwa kuongelewa, na zaidi ya hapo kuita mtu kitendawili ama kumuita mganga, hiyo ni kibinafsi, ni kumtusi kibinafsi. Lakini jambo la kuhusiana na ufisadi, hile ni jambo ambayo inaendelea kuongelewa na Wakenya, na usinje ukasema mtu hatapelekwa kotini kwa sababu saa hii huyo umesema ana kesi inaendelea kotini. Unaweza sema namna gani juu ya hiyo maneno?
Okay. Kulingana na mimi ni Mkenya, ni mwenye nimepiga kura mara ya pili ya 2017 nimepiga kura mara ya pili. 2013 the two musketeers who are leading now, who are the president and the deputy president, was facing International Court of Human, ICC case. We were told there back in the days, these two people, 14, these two character at your own peril. Get my point? Ambapo tuliambiwa kuwapigia kura kutakuwa na consequences, of which the consequences hamutakuwa na msaada, hamutakuwa na nini, those international things. And you see what happened. The two musketeers, they were re-elected into power, ambapo tulikuwa tunajua hiyo kesi yenye ilikuwa inawaandama ilikatizwa, wengine walikosa evidence, what. Paka saizi kesi yenye unaendelea, yenye tunasema ya William Ruto, yenye maybe naweza sema William Ruto, ambapo tumeambiwa hapa kesi.
Wacha nikuulize, unafikiria kwamba kulingana na wewe mambo ya ufisadi inafaa kuendelea kuongelewa kwa debate za uchaguzi? Kwa sababu unajua lazima tuangalie maadili ya ya viongozi ambao tutapigia kura?
Kulingana na mimi tutaendelea kuongelea ufisadi. If at all the independence of na wale wanahusika na ufisadi itakuwa inafanya kazi independence, lakini kulingana na saizi tuna prosecute ufisadi kwa political arena.
Kwa hivyo kwako ile kesi inaendelea ni ya
James,
ngoja.
James, hold on. James,
kulingana na mimi,
wacha kwanza, let him respond first, then you will ask. Thank you.
Kulingana na mimi, hii kesi yenye yote inaendelea saizi inaendelea kwa stage ya siasa, sababu kuna kesi zingine yenye hatukuwa tunajua kama mwananchi ya kawaida, lakini tunakuja kusikia kwa rallies ya siasa. You get my point? So mi nasema kama kesi yenye inaandamana yenye inafuata mwanasiasa ama mwanasiasa ako na kesi ya kujibu, hiyo kesi ikuwe hata Wakenya wanajua kabla hata wanasiasa wajaongelea kwa stage ya rally. Hiyo itakuwa is a very genuine itakuwa genuine investigation, ama itakuwa genuine Wakenya watakuwa wakijua hii kesi kweli iko kwa kotini. Lakini kesi yenye utakuja kuniambia wakati unafanya siasa yako ukiwa pale Kawangware, ukiwa pale Githurai, useme candidate A ama candidate B alikuwa ameiba shamba, alikuwa ameiba ng'ombe, hiyo si kesi yenye Wakenya watatilia maanani. Kesi yenye Wakenya watatilia maanani ni pale DPP ama kesi yenye tu tumeangaziwa kwa yenye iko ina public domain. Hizi yenye tutakuwa inaprosecutiwa wakati wa siasa, hiyo si kesi yenye tunafaa saa hizi to deal nao. Otherwise uta waste time yako ukifanyia kesi mtu kwa siasa, kwa rally. Hiyo tu itakuwa tu ni drama, itakuwa ni DJ Afro. So kwa saa hizi mimi nataka nikwambie, let us concentrate. Kama saa hizi watu wa NASA walipoteza muda mingi wakifanya maneno ya BBI, na saa hizi bado tu mnapatiwa watu wa NASA bado tu ama wafuasi ya Raila Odinga wenye bado, hata mimi pia nilikuwa pale, bado anaamini rege ilienda half time, ambapo unajua pia tuko na constitution yenye bado tunaiamini, ambapo hata rege ikirudi, ambapo tunaambia itakuwa Januari ama mwezi wa pili, haitakuwa na nafasi Kenya, itakuwa baada ya uchaguzi ya 2022. So saa hizi wacha watu wamenyane, wafanye campaign yenye haitakuwa mtu atakuwa na excuse. So maneno ya kufanya hizi maneno tunasema ya kuprosecute mtu kulingana na corruption and whatever. Corruption iko Kenya, lakini hiyo corruption tumesikia kutoka kitambo, si leo imeanza. Pia wale watu wote tukianza na Mudavadi ako na kesi yenye unajua. Wacha nimalize.
I've given you time to speak. You have taken us round and round and round. You are the one who painted the picture that Raila anaitwa mganga, na lakini wakizungumza maneno ya corruption ni William Ruto. Hiyo maswala wewe ndio ulianzisha. Okay? Swali likatokea. Na inaonekana kwako, inaonekana wewe huoni shida na corruption kama vile DP Ruto haoni shida na corruption. Ya naona tu akiwa rais mambo iko sawa. Corruption sio shida. Lakini Wakenya wote wamebeba mzigo wa corruption. Wanaumizwa na corruption. Hakuna vile wewe unataka kuwa president na uoni corruption kama shida. hata kama hakuna sababu ya kupinga William Ruto, nitampinga kwa sababu haoni shida ya corruption. Inamaanisha either yeye ni beneficiary wa corruption ama yeye ni high priest wa corruption, kama vile anakuwa described by other politicians. It is very surprising that president amesema tunapoteza 2 billion per day, lakini mtu anayetaka kumrithi anasema hakuna pesa inapotea, na kama ilipotea anasema it's just 7 billion, it's not 21 billion. Na huyo ndio unataka kupigia kura akuwe rais wako? Hey, hii Kenya hey, wacha dunia isimame nishuke. Mtu ambaye haoni corruption kama huyo ni mtu ambaye anapaswa kuwekwa miles and miles away from Central Bank of Kenya. Akae atapelekwa Lodwar akeuko mbali away from Central Bank of Kenya, lakini wewe unataka kuwe Treasury House next to Harambee House, and he doesn't see anything wrong with corruption. I think we need to wake up, tuache mchezo, to separate siasa na inji. Inji muhimu, tukihakikisha kwamba tunailinda kwa ajili ya vizazi vijavyo, si atukupigia siasa. I don't care whether Ruto becomes president or not, but Kenya has to go on, and for Kenya to go on, we must guard our resources, and we begin by closing all the taps for corruption, arresting those people that have taken corrupt deals, and getting back the money. We want our children to get enough quality education, quality health care. We must have a developed country. We cannot be developing for 60 years and we are still mark timing, finding excuses for corrupt people. Hiyo haiwezekani. Bwana Pato, kama ni hivyo basi hiyo ngoma imekataa.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard.
Yes, James.
I agree with Pato on one thing. We should not prosecute corruption cases in a political rallies, but we should also not entertain people who have cases in court, like Waititu, Rigathi Gachagua, and his boss, to go and now politicize those cases and say that they are in court because of politics. I think we should be very careful about that. As we go ahead, you have given him a good speech. Let him make his decision, because tunasemanga, if you make a mistake and you have been told, then it is up to you. It is your problem. But let him also know that it doesn't matter whether the person comes from your area. If he is a person who is going to affect your life negatively by misusing the resources of the country, then we will suffer, all of us. And that is now the tragedy of Kenya, because you have people who are determined maybe to bring in people because they are close to them, they come from their communities, and they know outrightly that they will actually negatively affect the lives of the people. If you go to Marigat and those areas, you will find people who are eating wild fruits 60 years after independence. And we had presidents even coming from that area. Let us be careful. Let us be truthful. Let us not just follow the wind and say huyu ni mtu yetu.
Okay, thank you James. Pato, nakupatia dakika moja ya kurespond, alafu tusonge mbele tafadhali. Dakika moja strictly.
Okay. All the honors na respect all the na respect watu wote wenye ananisikiza. Mimi tu nataka nimalizie nikisema Kenya should have a level ground when it comes to presidential ama any competitive seat. Mimi nataka mimi tu nataka niseme
Patrick, before you go away, can I ask you a question?
Joshua, you're out of order. Ngoja kwanza Joshua. Pato, maliza dakika yako tafadhali.
Nasema tukikaribia wakati kama huu, kila mtu akuwe na file yake iko ready. Raila Odinga akuwe na file yake, William Ruto akuwe na file yake, Kalonzo Musyoka akuwe na file yake, Mudavadi akuwe na file yake.
Bwana
Wakati
Patos,
tunaenda
uelewi
wakati
file za kufanya nini?
file kama ni file ya corruption ikuwa hapo, sababu the bodies yenye wanadeal na corruption
Ikiitishwa na
wana,
nani?
no they should, by the government should, or those dependent.
Unajua Pato, umesema leo ni siku yako ya kwanza kwa hii platform na kukaribisha.
Naelewa,
Sawa.
naelewa.
Lakini kuna
I've been
kitu
following
ambacho
I've been following this platform.
ngoja. Kuna kitu ambacho tunafanya hapa ambacho hakifai. Tunaita
Yes.
Corruption Equalization Fund, ambapo corruption one side should also be corrupt on the other side, and then they cancel each other. That is not what we are talking about. Okay? Every person who participates in corruption should be prosecuted as an individual, not to justify the corruption of William Ruto because also Raila has his corruption case, and also Mudavadi has his corruption case, and also the Uhuru Kenyatta family has their own corruption case. We are not balancing corruption here. We are looking at corruption as a vice that has kept this country crippled and on her knees, that must be stopped by all means. So, no files. Let's get a government that can function. Na mtu yeyote anayepatikana na corruption, kamiti kama kumejaa, tutajenga seli nyingine. But hela zetu zirudi, inji yetu ijengwe, watoto wasome, health ikue, wananchi wa enjoy maisha. Sio kuvumilia kuwa wa Kenya. Tumevumilia kutosha 60 years. No, we must not buy another 5 years to add to 60 ati ndio tukue. Kwanza Pato, mimi nikuulize, ulisema una support William Ruto. Why does William Ruto want to be president?
Are you asking me?
Give me one reason why William Ruto want to be president.
Yes, of course, William Ruto, William Ruto ako na mpango. He has a manifesto. he has a manifesto. You have to build a economy which is a bottom-up economy, which is ile mwaka yote tumekuwa na trickle down economy. So kulingana na mimi, William Ruto, he has an experience.
And
right
where
from,
has he been? Where has he been for? What has he been doing for 9 years?
He has been amekuwa msaidizi wa rais ambapo rais ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Amekuwa msaidizi wake for the last 9 years.
Aha, akafanya nini?
He has built railway. Ameleta stima.
Yeah.
Ametengeneza mabarabara. So by the way, scorecard ya Jubilee iko around 85%. Yes.
Under William Ruto.
Ambapo scorecard ya Jubilee tumekuja kuongezewa na handshake. So saizi you cannot blame William Ruto. Saizi utaongeza ya baba pia from 2018.
Ngoja Kipruto, nataka nataka tuelewane, okay? Na nataka tuende polepole, okay? So scorecard umesema ni 85. Okay?
Yes.
Kulingana na wewe. Na mimi nataka kuamini. Sawa sawa. So nini kimemzuia William Ruto ako na wabunge 150, okay? Kuleta bill kwa parliament ya bottom up, atumie hii miaka yake kama deputy president kutufanyia at least atupatie demonstration on how bottom up is effective. Nini kimemzuia?
Yes. Naweza kukujibu kwa saizi we are in William Ruto saizi alifukuzwa kwa Jubilee na akaunda
Ako
chama
na
yake
wabunge
inaitwa
150. Ako na wabunge wangapi?
Yes, I'm coming there my brother. Ako na wabunge 160 wenye wana believe ama wanampatia wanamwegemea upande yake.
Good.
Of which William Ruto anytime, even when he is in a radio, when he is in a TV, akiojiwa bado anampatia heshima Uhuru Kenyatta, ambapo hataki kuongea ndani yake. That's why ukiona saizi when you go to backyard ya Uhuru Kenyatta, which is Mount Kenya, all of them are coming back. Meaning
coming back where?
Raila Odinga alikuwa uji yenye ilikuwa inachoma serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta, ambapo Raila pia hajatuambia mbona sisi tulikataa maziwa, mbona sisi tulikunywa maziwa, mbona tulikataa Safaricom, saa hizi tunatumia Safaricom. You know,
angalia kwa screen na ujibu hili swali.
Yes.
Angalia kwa screen na ujibu hilo swali.
Yes.
Nani alimfukuza Ruto kwa Jubilee?
Mtu alimfukuza Ruto kwa Jubilee ni Raila Odinga. When niki-explain Raila Odinga pale kwa Moi, aliingia serikali ya Moi akafunja, akaingia serikali ya Kibaki akasambaratisha. Saa hii aliingia Jubilee akafukuza mpaka deputy president.
Sawa pela, swali lingine nimeulizwa.
Pato, unaweza fukuzwa kwa nyumba yangu.
Deputy president from delivery.
Order. Lakini baada ya kufukuza bado wamefanya 85% of Jubilee.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Please okay, Joshua, una swali?
Wacha kwanza nicheke kidogo because Patrick, the only thing I can tell you is this. Me and you, we are so young and we need to build this country. With the structures, we need to have integrity and honesty with ourselves. And whether you agree or you don't agree, you will come to regret it. We are building this country for our children. You can support whoever you want to support, but I would like you to say always, just answer the questions like, if he has been performing in the government, what has made him not to perform 100%? What has changed? The things that he promised Kenyans, you know, our women no longer use jempes. Have we seen people using tractors? My people home are still digging with jempes. The dams, all these things that, you know, I want people who are honest with their words, with anything they say in front of people. Let them honor their words. Number two, I want you to tell me whether the deputy president, if he goes in public and says that I've been supporting the president, and if you know, when he goes home, I'll continue with the agenda and everything. What is holding him from supporting the president now? That's the only thing I can ask you.
Pato, unmute and then respond quickly in half a minute.
Okay. Hiyo ni mjibu Masoti. Deputy President, if kama angekuwa kwa ile katiba ya kitambo, Deputy President angekuwa ametoka, ameng'atuliwa, amefutwa asubuhi na mapema. Lakini Deputy President yenye tunaongelea saa hizi is under a new constitution, ambapo pia constitution haikuwa ya mtu. Constitution inakuwa ya Wakenya wote. That's why when things vile ilipass hata pia yeye alibenefit in one way or another. Ana enjoy constitution yenye watu wengine walipush. So acha nikwambie ndugu yangu, William Ruto tutafumulia yeye, hata kama wengine tunamfikiria hajamsaidia President Uhuru Kenyatta kwa ile miradi za serikali, lakini wacha nikwambie is there ceremonial, sababu tunajua dedication ya William Ruto ilipewa Matiang'i. Saa hizi maneno hiyo yenye unaongea from 2018, hiyo maswali yako tumwegeze ama tumwelekeze kwa Matiang'i. William Ruto saa hizi yako pale ceremonial, saa zile tuko na mkutano ya kitaifa, anakuja kumkaribisha rais. Na hiyo ni kazi yake yenye kikatiba. Hizi vitu zingine ni president akiamua ampatie mtu mwingine, hata anaweza amua ni wewe Mosoti, wewe ndio utakuwa ukienda kuinspect what na chenye inaendelea saa hizi ni venye foundation yenye ilikuwa imewekwa. Hata hii miradi yote Matiang'i anaenda kuona ni miradi yenye serikali ya Jubilee ambapo William Ruto ako ndani, ni yenye ilitekelezwa already ni miradi yenye iko kwa pipeline. So hii saa hizi tunataka tu watu wengine waende inspect, waende wafungue, waende wafanye nini, lakini mjue kwa saa hizi tutamfumulia huyu jamaa mpaka next year. And wacha nimalize nikisema hivi, by next year mwezi wa 8 tarehe 9 nikiambiwa Raila Odinga is the president of this nation, nitafurahia sana, sababu nitakuwa na chenye nasema huyu mzee ameng'ang'ania. Pia Ruto akiwa by that time amechaguliwa kuwa president, pia yeye nitasema he has been winning all through, hajawahi kuwa mahali iko losers. So wa Kenya tunajua mtu mwenye saa hii ni two stress. Tunajua kama si Raila Odinga ni William Ruto. So hizi vitu zingine tutatafuta tu excuse. Otherwise nimeshukuru sana kwa hisho.
Okay. Oh God. Raphael. Raphael, unmute kwanza. Unmute first.
Haha, how are you?
We are fine. Karibu.
This will be my first time to contribute, but it will be my second time to talk, but it will be like numerous time following the program and everything. Mpaka tunalalaga saa 9 usiku.
Thank you, Karibu.
Personally, Mutembe, I've been following you on Facebook. Wacha sasa hii kuna ile ingine wewe unajua. But when I come back here, I check, I see my age and the age of the contributors, the members who are here, they are youth. So I'm sure 90% might be born 1980. Ikuja pande. But now my word is this, and if you have been checking my comments, my word is so I'm so conscious. Naangalianga kama nyinyi mumai tembea Kenya. That's my question. Kama uko Nairobi, have you gone to Kisumu? Have you gone to Eldoret? Have you gone to Baringo? Have you gone to Mombasa? Have you gone to Garissa? Name it. For me personally, I'm working in hospitality industry, so I travel a lot, and wherever I meet where I am, I do treat him as a brother, as a sister, So niko nyumbani mahali nitakuwa. But the comments that has been going on for some few months, it's more of I cannot call it tribal, because those guys who are supporting Ruto and those guys who are supporting Raila or Baba, all of them, I'm sure they have not voted maybe more than twice. Kuna msee hapo huwa unasemanga heshimu nani? Bana sema, unasemanga heshimu nani?
Mimi.
Bernard. Kuna mzee akiongeanga hapo anasema heshimu.
Msemo anasema respect elders ama?
Exactly, heshimu elders. But when I take at the elders, they are taking sides. But now I come back to myself. You, me, and maybe a good number of we. Tumeka Nairobi ama tumeka ng'ambo, tumeka our kids, hawajui ushago, hawajui ule ni nani. They know it's a friend, it's a brother. You get my point? Now, pole. If we go back to independence, I might be up to the book, but I'm sorry, but I need to correct it. If we go back to independence, I've gone to Nyanza, I've gone to Murang'a. Wansemanga Murang'a ndio kuna pesa mingi ya Kenya, ama kuna matajiri, but zero. Go there. Kuna watu wanaumia na chigas. Nyanza, the same thing. Where I come from, the Rift Valley, wakale wangu, the same thing. Kuna mahali utapata wanaumia. So we have few individuals, I can say very few individuals ndio wametumiza. But nikiangalia nyuma hapa hivi, niko na watoto. Na hawa watoto nitawasomesha wasome shule mzuri, waende Nairobi University, waende whichever the school wataenda ama university wataenda. Kisha wananiambia dadi, tumekuletea huyu Onyango, tumekuletea wa elimu, ama tumekuletea Otiambo. Who am I to say no? Ni laini yao. I would love to welcome them. Was nimepeleka mtoto yangu shule. So I'm fighting for them to get a good future. Now, that is me. Then, now let's now go back to the political lineage or the political line. Umaisikia Uhuru akiita Ruto mjinga mbele ya watu? Umaisikia Raila akiita Uhuru ama whoever, we ni ng'ombe? Umaisikia Mudavadi akiita Wetangula, we ni mjinga? They have one phrase, my brother, ndugu yangu, na moja wake koja hospitali, all of them will go there, but none of we wenye tunaishi kwa slums ataenda huku, none. Okay, now where we are now. Jana nilikuwa naiangalia, juzi nilikuwa naiangalia, wakasema it's like two horse race, Ruto, Raila, but wakasema kunaoka. But makiro that for free and for real, nimeona kuna mkale moja hapo hapo ndani. If Ruto gets the presidency today, none of Kaleos will benefit directly. They have to work hard. If Raila gets the presidency today, none of Luos or Western or Luyas will get any direct benefit. Pole, okay. Kasudi, tuliza kidogo. Then, as you are speaking, we have a Gikuyu president in power. He has all the powers. But wenye wanaumia saizi business wise, enda Kirinyaga Road kama uko Nairobi, zero business. Tusiende mbali. Now let me now go back to my native. Where I come from, we ate Moi for 24 years. Moi, mnaitanga baba taifa, sasa waje hii baba ingine effect. Baba taifa, 24 years. And I'm talking economically. Tuliwekewa barabara 1987, maybe some of you mlikuwa mjasaliwa. Barabara tuliwekewa. But economical value was zero. So now as youth, we need to think. Let's not have that my president of my tribe, my president of my, I don't know what to say. Let's have somebody who will focus to build our future, not to say we have so and so kwa sababu ni ndugu yangu. We have so and so kwa sababu ni ndugu yangu. Now we have Raila, we have Ruto. We have Raila, we have Ruto. We call it the two races or the two horses. At the end of the day, Ruto anatumia pesa. Akienda mali anatoa milioni 2. Akienda mali milioni 1. Akienda mali milioni 2. But sit down and calculate. Hiyo pesa hiyo milioni 2 ita trickle down, itafikia nani? Na Raila akienda mali ataongea, yeye atatoa historia. But I'm not attacking, but I'm trying to talk some common sense. So we need to think outside the box. We need to think as the youth of this country. Bernard, thank you.
Ngoja niulize, niruhusu tu Bernard niulize ndugu yangu swali.
Fred, uliza.
Ndugu yangu, unaishi Kenya gani? Let me take you back to 2013. Ukiniambia ya kwamba hata siendi mbali, sikuulizi hiyo umeongea yote, nakuja tu kwa hili moja. When Dr. Ruto gets the presidency, who will benefit? Let me tell you for free and take it to the bank. Equity, whatever, the bank of your choice. 2013, he was given the 50% share of the government. Alifanya nini na hizo position? Hiyo chiweke. Kama hauna habari, angalia. Right now, where I am here, we have the companies run by I'm sorry to say so, but the same trend ya Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Na ukiuliza, ndugu, wewe ni ndugu yangu bwana, sasa na tuko hapa na tunapambana pamoja, so nipatie angalau naona unafanya vizuri. Mtu anakuambia hiyo maneno, tutaangalia. The same position umeuliza, the same you have experience, you have qualification, the same position you are being denied. The next day when you go there, you will find that position imepewa, na imepewa nani? Somebody from his ethnic community. So my friend, you will benefit 100%. So don't lie. You will benefit 100%. Nothing will go outside Rift Valley. Take it to the bank.
James.
Yes, ndugu yangu ambaye ameongea, naona kama umri yake inaweza kuja karibu na yangu. Tumeishi kiasi hapa nchi hii na tunajua mambo ya wakati ya Moi kiasi kidogo, tukiwa wadogo. Mzee alikufa tukiwa tunaanza kuelewa tu kidogo kisiasa. Kwa hivyo tumelewa na Moi tukalelewa na Kibaki, na sasa tuna mtu anaitwa Uhuru. Sasa hiyo yote ameongea ni mzuri, lakini kuna jambo moja ningetaka aweke kwa roho. Hii nchi inauawa na vitu mbili. There are two ugly sisters, tribalism and corruption, and those two go together. I left college, I had colleagues of mine at that very initial stage. That time there were recruitment in the post office, poster. We used to call it poster. About 42 officers were being employed. Can you imagine that 8 of the 42 came from one community? So Kasuti, what he's talking about is a very serious matter. It is something you cannot wish away. Today, I can tell you for a fact, there is no community that is as disadvantaged as the Luo community. They are learned, but they cannot find space in our major institutions as people who can manage for us parastatals and ministries. How fair can a country move that way? So wacha tuache kupakana mafuta hapa wakati ilhali tunajua ukweli. Ukweli ni kwamba tumecheza siasa yetu vibaya na kuna watu wanaumia, na tusiporekebisha kama hii mambo Uhuru alikuwa anataka tuanze kurekebisha na BBI, wengine wakapinga. Hii nchi, I have children, I would want them to live in peace. Hii nchi inaweza poromoka ukifikiria kwamba wewe kwa sababu uko katika hali mzuri na serikali unafikiri ni yako, ifike pahali uone hata uwezi kupata nafasi ya kuenjoy ile unayo. So mimi si Mjaruo, lakini kwa kuishi naweza kukuambia ukweli ni kwamba hii community has been disadvantaged for one reason or another, and we can't wish away those facts. And the fact that our politicians wanatumia siasa ikiwa njia ya kufaidi kabila zao. Angalia mambo kama hii ya energy sector. Mtu anaingia, unaambia rafiki yako toka senator kunja uwe CS. Unakunja unakuwa CS, alafu zile parasito zote ziko nyuma ya hiyo ministry unaweka raini ya watu yako. Kenya haiwezi endelea namna hiyo, ndugu yangu. Asante.
Okay, thank you James. Pato?
Hello. Yes. Ndugu yangu Rafael ameongea, Rafael Rotije ameongea akiwa ako level ground. But ndugu yangu Fred Kasauti amemuuliza maswali yenye hata mimi pia niliona ni vizuri pia ni chip in. Kwa election kuna what we call behind the scene. So lazima tujue hiyo. Ababo Chemis ameongea akasema ndugu zetu kutoka Luo Nyanza wameteseka kwa hizi miaka zote, ambapo saa hizi tukisema tukiongea juu ya Waluya, they always say we are democratic. So hiyo demokrasi ya Waluya imewafanya wakuwe serikali kwa miaka zote, sababu on my campaign trail, if I'm applying for a president, kama mkui pale mbele as a community, don't expect to be rewarded, because there is a interest. Kuna interest pale, that's why bado kuna ile winner takes all. So unless we change the system, so kama pia mtakuwa mnapiga block na inaenda upinzani wote, don't expect kupata position. Cheza kama Waluya. Waluya anasemaga Raila apate yake, the government of the day wapate yake. That's why unaonaga wao wako kwa serikali. So you cannot tell me William Ruto alikuwa na 50 ya serikali, but at the end of the day alikuwa anaona ile politics yenye ilikuwa implayiwa behind the scene. You cannot tell me because you are from this tribe and you are against me 100%, na nimechukua na ujue kuna ile interest, nianze kukupatia PS ama nianze nikupatia anything. Let me tell you my friend, siasa tucheze, hata kama tunacheza kijamii. Napenda Wakikuyu sababu wako saizi wanasema baba, wanalete baba hapa, wanalete Ruto hapa. At the end of the day, baba akichukua, wakina Kanini Kega wako ndani, ule mwingine akichukua, huyu Ruto akichukua, wakina Dindi Nyoro wako ndani. So you cannot wakati huo utaongea ati Ruto amechukua yote 50. That's why nakwambia Lua Nyanza wanapigaga block na wanasemaga tukufe Makanga, tukufe Ndere. That's lazima ujue at the end of the day. So maneno ya 50-50, mtu akipewa 50
So,
na alikuwa anajua campaign train yangu, campaign train. Yes.
Ngoja kwanza. Pato, I really try so hard to follow you patiently. Najaribu kupata point yako, sielewi.
Niruhusu ni mjibu.
Si eti ujui kule unajosema. Script yenu ni ile ile na usemu wenu ni ule ule. Okay? Kama wewe ni umeenda shule kiasi, umesoma historia, wakati wa independence kuna swali liliulizwa Kenyatta. Okay? Alipewa glasi moja ya asali. Kaambia fanya nini? Lisha wa Kenya. Yeye kama rais wa Kenya akafanya nini? Akachukua ile whisky yake, ile mkia, akadipu ndani na akamiminia kila Mkenya. Wewe unataka kutumia ofisi ya Kenya kuendeleza siasa ya kijiji chenu? Wewe unataka ukuwe rais wa Kenya, lakini kwa sababu kijiji chako ndio kilikupigia kura, Kenya iwe inakamuliwa, wewe ukilisha kijiji chenu na una support? Hiyo ndio Kenya unataka kweli? Baada ya kutafuta ofisi ya kitaifa, hiyo ofisi ya kitaifa inatumika kujenga taifa. Na kama taifa liko na Wagiriama, Wadigo, Wamasai, Wakikuyu, Waluya, wote ni Wakenya na wana haki kikatiba kulindwa na hiyo serikali, kulishwa na hiyo serikali, kutetewa na hiyo serikali. So story ya sisi tutakula nyama, nyinyi mkimeza mate, ishe kabisa. Toe, tusafishe, tutoe sufuria scrubber, tutoe kwa akili zetu. Haipo. Ishe kabisa. Na kama mnatafuta urais ili mtumie hiyo ofisi kutukandamiza, basi ndio tutahakikisha kwamba hakuna mahali mnaenda. Okay? Na William Ruto hata leo amesema Okay, leo amerudia kwamba watu 8 million walipigia kura nini, Jubilee. Hao watu sio wajinga. Okay, hawezi kufanya nini, kuletewa mganga awaongoze. Huyu mganga ametolewa ametolewa Rwanda ama ametolewa Kongo? Huyu mtu mnaita mganga sio Mkenya? Nini kinachosema katika katiba kwamba hawa watu wa Jubilee wako na haki tofauti na Wakenya wengine? Kama William Ruto hawezi kuongozwa na Raila Odinga, basi atafute nchi nyingine, kwa sababu uraia wake kama ni wa Kenya na kila Mkenya ana haki ya kuongoza Kenya. William Ruto anapaswa kufanya nini? Kuheshimu viongozi wengine na kukubali kuongozwa nao. Hakuna katiba, hakuna section yote ya katiba inasema lazima William Ruto apewe urais. Urais wa Kenya unagombaniwa na kila mtu, na katika kugombania ni lazima uheshimu wengine. So dhana ya kusema kwamba wewe uingie kwa ofisi ya rais lakini utumie ofisi ya rais kureward watu wa vijiji zenu, hiyo imekuangusha kama rais, na hiyo unapaswa kukaa mbali sana na hiyo ofisi, kwa sababu haufai. Yule anafaa kukaa kwa hiyo ofisi ni yule atabeba mzigo wa Giriama, abebe mzigo wa Diko, atabeba mzigo wa Turkana, atabeba mzigo kutoka Northeastern mpaka Southern, Western, kila mahali. Au alipewa kura ama hakupewa kura. Story ya siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya, tunashukuru Mungu tuliizika na Moi. Hatutaki ifufuke. Tunataka siasa ambayo italisha kila Mkenya, itajenga kila Mkenya. So kama hiyo story yenu mnatafuta ya UDA, ndio mnataka kuvunja vyama zote, kila mtu aingie UDA, ndio mtu lazimisha hapa kutingiza, hatukubali kabisa. We are a multi-party democracy and we shall remain so. Anybody threatening a multi-party status, tutamtwanga yeye kisiasa. Wacha nitumie lugha ya Michuki.
Bernard. Bernard.
James.
Nataka kusema hivi. Unajua tukiongea
nani respond tusikie Geoffrey tufunge station.
Yes, unajua lazima tuambiane ukweli, sababu hii mambo our current president Uhuru Kenyatta ameiona, ameappreciate kama Mkenya kwamba vile tunacheza mbaya, na tusipoangalia hii mambo sasa kwa mwelekeo mwingine, kwa wakati ile mambo labda itarudiwa ile ya pale nyuma, itakuwa mbaya hata zaidi. Kwa hivyo wale wanakataa mambo ya BBI, mimi kwangu si watu wanapenda Kenya, wanapenda watu wakae wakifurutana, jamii zikae zikifurutana, na hawako tayari kutetea usawa kwa ugawi wa mamlaka na rasilimali ambayo tunayo. Otherwise we cannot perpetuate a system that does not take care of everybody, even the moral, who are just less than 2,000 people in Kenya. Thank you.
Okay. So, Rafael, una dakika moja kurespond, tuende kusikiliza Geoffrey. Rafael, unmute. Unmute mara moja tafadhali. Yes.
Sasa niko na swali ya Fred Kasudi. Akasema Ruto wakati alipata MP, alipata deputy president, akaweka ma MP sama wa ministers whichever CS. Kuna kitu moja nataka nimwambie, nachukulie kwa maanane. Naenda Google. CS Rotich ilikuwa appointment ya Uhuru. Niko na notes. Yeah, Mark. Then nikuja kwa James, akasema Luos are the less fortunate. Okay, I can say yes, at the same time I can say no. One, Remember nimekuambia personally naenda nafanya na tourism. Aisunguka Kenya. Hii Kenya ni yangu na ni yetu. Mimi nikiwa kila mahali niko nyumbani. Utakuta mtu ako na PhD, ni daktari. Lakini watoto wake wote wanne wako hapa Nairobi. Huko ushago hajaenda. Hakuna maji. Penat, kama unatoka Kisumu, kama unatoka Siaya, kama unatoka Homa Bay, you can prove me right or wrong. That's what I'm saying. I've been following this thing for a very long time. So Apple, you have to mark it. Luos, the elites are messing up the same way our Kalenjins elite messed us up during Moi time. Mark there. Haya, nikakuja hapa mtu akasema but for me it's not a long time. Okay, no problem. PBI issue actually ilikuwa ya wadosi. Wanasema Nyeri Central wangepata post mingi, wapata pesa mingi. Lakini hebu sasa turudi hapa Luo Nyanza, turudi Western, turudi Rift Valley. Kwani sisi hatuna mahitaji? Pole tu, but still hiyo pesa bado inaenda huko. Then mkasema Kenyatta is a dynasty. Of course is a dynasty. And the Kenyatta, the father, he was not actually a Mau, he was a collaborator to the Mzungu or to the colonial fellow. Benito kasema we have to accept Raila for preso. Okay, that's good. For me personally, I don't care who will be the president. But remember 2007, Ruto and Kalenjin to the last vote tulipeana 100% to the last vote, lakini tukarukwa, didn't mind. Karen Preso yeye ukiambia ujakula jana atakwambia kwani haukuwa na appetite, haujua kuwa na food, haukuwa na chakula. Kosia amesaliwa State House, amelelewa State House, kila kitu ni State House. So kuna vitu tukiongea hapo, kuna mtu amegusa mambo ya 207 hapo bado. 207 actually I don't like to go back there. And before 207 we had 1997, we had 202. It was not good. But the few individuals who are on top, of this the system or the government, ndio walikuwa wanatoa pesa kidogo wanarusha ndio wakuja wapikane. Like today Ruto alikuwa yesterday, today and tomorrow alikuwa Karatina. Few elements, few leaders from that region. You buy guys, mnapea pesa, mnapea rungu, mnapea panga, atupikane. But thank God the youths si wale wa 1992 na si wale wa 207, si wale wa 1997 or 2017. Wanasema no, we cannot disrupt. You cannot give me 200 shillings niende disrupt kanisa or niende nikonge ule mwingine. And one of the elders from there akawauliza, next time ukitaka hivyo peeni hiyo pesa watoto wenu waende wapikane. Kama kwetu. Okay.
Bernard,
talking as a Kalenjin.
This is not a forum for propaganda.
Kindly. Okay, I'm sorry. It's not a propaganda. I'm sorry. Maybe you are not in the current affairs. But where I come from, Rift Valley.
No,
anybody
I hold on. I give you time. You make your points, and
kindly.
There is a particular script you are following. We are very used to that script on this platform. Let's do this, okay? If you have any allegation against anybody, Goja. If you have any allegation against anybody, you substantiate. Sawa. Secondly, mada yetu ya leo inahusu kuhusu laana ya kuwa deputy president. Okay. Mbona kuna ugumu wa kufanyika president baada ya kuwa deputy president. Hii mzunguko yote tunazungushwa, betrayal, nini. Mimi sijui kule inatupeleka, na naomba mtusamee nayo. Okay? Let's do this. William Ruto is not the first one to be betrayed. Betrayal started in the 60s. Na madeni imelimbikizwa tangu hiyo time. Ndio wengine wenu amtaki historia kwa sababu kuna madeni ingine pia mna from that end. Let's agree, okay? To forge the way forward, we must accept responsibility. Kama tumekosea, tukubali tulikosea. Kama tulikosea mahesabu, tukubali tulikosea mahesabu. Lakini story ya kutetea mtu katika maovu aturuhusu, haifai. Kwa nini? We have younger people who are following us, who want to learn from us how to defend what is right for the sake of the country, not for the sake of an individual. Tunaelewana?
Bernard, umeongea. Yes. Umeongea the case of a deputy vice president difficult inheriting the presidency. Good. Now, if you go back to the history, na tusiende mbali, there are few individuals. Nasema wewe Bernard, I want you to be my deputy or to be my vice, but nakupangia huko mbele because I have the resources, I have the power, then I will create something for you to lead. But we had a classic example some few weeks ago. Wakasema tumesema Raila is a bad person, but in real sense it's not bad. It will say more. And whoever was saying that, at one point he was almost close to the instrument of power. So actually now you are really talking, and you're really talking sense. Those few individual elements with money, I don't say power, money, they want to control us across our tribal lines. Raila akisimama watasema Raila hii ni mbaya. So kwa sababu wamefika mwisho, so wameona age ya Raila imefika mwisho, so wanataka kuleta Raila karibu, wanaona Ruto ni mdogo. So Ruto now will be mbaya, Raila is good for 5 years. So at the end of the day, it's either we as youth, we open up our minds tuangalie pale mbali, and we say no to their moves. Thank you.
Bernard, I want to ask a question.
Nimetajwa hapo, can I respond?
I want to ask a question.
James and Fred, hold on. Rafael, swali moja tu kwako.
Yes, sir.
Kuna urithi wa rais hapa Kenya?
Tunakataa times 50.
Swali langu ni kwamba kuna mtu ni lazima akuwe rais kwa nchi.
Okay, kwa sahizi vile hesabu inafanyika, kuna mtu lazima afanywe kwa rais kwa wale familia waine ambayo wako juu.
Naongea kikatiba. Kuna ulazima wa kufanyika rais
kwa sababu
umekuwa deputy president.
No.
Kikatiba,
No.
Wacha siasa, kikatiba.
But now, with the deputy president, it's not a must the president to say it's you.
I'm asking a question.
It's not.
If you are deputy president, does it mean that you must become president?
Of course, no.
Okay. That means it is possible to be deputy president and stop at the deputy president, and Kenya will go on. Isn't it?
Kenya must, of course, Kenya will go on.
Good. Then that means there is that now we all agree on this panel that there is nothing going on right now that is meant to stop anybody from becoming president. That is why we are going to have an election. We are not going to
No,
appoint the
no,
president
no,
in
no.
Kenya, are we?
No, if you talk like
Are we going to appoint the
no,
president in Kenya? Rotich, answer
can
my
I
question.
tell you something? Okay, there is no authority or a point whereby they are saying the deputy president or the vice president will be the president, but people with interest, personal interest, mark that and underline it, personal interest, they do own part of this Kenya. Those are the guys who want to know or who want to appoint who will be their next president, not the vice president.
So what are you
Question.
saying?
You're asking me a question. Is there a law that says the deputy president must be the president after the current president?
Yes.
Of which it's no, because there is a cartel who appoints the president and the deputy president, and they will always term the deputy president for them to control. My friend, okay,
Okay,
no worry.
Rotich, when this cartel appointed Uhuru in 2013 and appointed Uhuru in 2017, was it a blessing?
Okay, before you, okay.
No. You are the one who brought up the cartel. Let us work on the cartel. Okay?
Question.
When the cartel appointed Uhuru and Ruto in 2013 and appointed them again in 2017, did you support it?
Because ilikuwa ni mtu wetu mtu wetu slogan.
Now let the cartel continue doing the business it does, whether it's doing with you or another person, because you are the one that appointed the cartel to be appointing for us presidents. Kama sindano ilikuwa nzuri kwa wengine, ni wakati wako kuipokea. Pokea chanjo, tusonge mbele.
Bernard.
Tuache siasa.
Bernard.
Yes.
I think I think now
James,
we are on the right track. We are on the right track.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you everybody who's following the show. I believe you are understanding what is happening. Please, let's keep talking. Let's keep sharing. Invite somebody to watch. It is time to hear from Geoffrey as we proceed. Geoffrey, karibu tafadhali.
Thank you, Brother Bernard, and all the panelists wenye nimeona wako hapa. I'm enjoying the debate, but I've been waiting for my time to come and speak. Before I go to the debate of today, I'm gonna say something. What our brothers have said, especially Pato and Meskia Raphael na wengine wote akina Freddy. Wacha niseme hivi, there's one thing we forget, we as Kenyans, the common mwananchi, hii dhamira ya mtu wetu, when that mtu wetu fails, it affects everyone. And that's what our brothers are supposed to see. Right now, our country economy is down in the ditch. It's not only affecting our tribes, it's affecting the Gikuyu. The Kalenjin overwhelmingly voted in for the two. So when I hear my brother saying that they are just saying to say, oh, mtu wetu nini, or because when you vote, watu wakivote, kama hamtavotea mtu, you will not get nothing. That's what we are crying for our country, because when ukichagua raisi, unachagua raisi wa watu wote. We don't choose the president for one region or for one tribe. And that's what we are crying for. We want such a changes. because the minority communities will not benefit tukiendea with that trend, watakuwa wanateseka. And let me say this, when we say that mtu wetu when akileta watu wake huko wakuwe nini, wapewe post kwa serikali, is not considering mtu wa chini huko. Wenye tunalia hapa anakosa wale watu wenye nini, wale wako karibu na yeye wanajua vile wanapata vitu. So you and me tutakuwa tunapigana hapa kushautiana kwamba mtu wetu at the end of the day we are suffering. Let me go to the debate. You know, when you look at the history, there's all the first presidents, ways you cannot inherit from the president mwenye na serve, because if that government may fail, definitely you are a part of it, you're not going to be voted in. But we have seen that mtu kama Mwai Kibaki, because wakati alitoka kwa first president, he went out akaanza kuwa opposition fighting for the rights, then at the end of the day akafanya nini? Akaingia ndani. That's the only first president mwenye nimeona tangu nimegrow hivi mwenye nimeona amefanya nini, amekuwa president. So tukiangalia what's going on, the Jubilee government have failed, whereby Ruto is inside, you like it or not. Nikiona David President Ruto akienda akisema ati Jubilee government imefail na yeye ako ndani, sometimes najiulizanga kwamba sisi wa Kenya kweli akili zetu zinafanya kazi? Those people are listening such a talk. When he's saying Jubilee government has failed, is number 2 in Jubilee government. They have failed. So there's no way you can tell us that he's gonna go there and what? Aokoe uchumi wenye ameharibu ya mwenyewe. It can't. If Jubilee government ingekuwa imefanya vizuri, it could have been a smooth way of Ruto kufanya nini, kufight in apate kiti, and then ingekuwa rahisi sana. Let me say this, it could have been very easy, but because the government has failed, it's not easy for him. He can go out there and give the handouts and try to get the followers, but those followers, what will count in the voting day ikifika 2022? So to say that it's whether by design or by accident, the two things can go hand in hand. It can be by design and or can be by accident. By accident, I can say that is because the government, the current government has failed. Yenye iko huko ndani, so it has failed by accident. So there's no way you're gonna do what? You're gonna be in a position of inheriting the president. Then ukisema by design, that's how it has been. That's a trend. That's how politics have been doing. It go all over the world. Let me give a very good example, like when Obama and Biden were leading the Democrat. But when Obama was going out, he knew that if Biden could have gone to ask kusimama kwa president, angefail, angepita, because that one is not easy, because the hiyo government yenye natoka hata ikiwa imefanya vitu fulani, kuna something zenye nafanya zinautu watu zenye hawezi kurudisha the same government again. So the thing yenye nasema my brothers kwamba sisi hapa tusaidiane kuelimishana kwamba whenever the government fails, zote tunaanguka huko ndani kwa mtaro na zote tunateseka. So let us tukemee, let us be forefront kusema kwamba I'm not going to say that mtu wetu Ruto is anastahili kuwa rais, ili hali huyo mtu amefanya nini? Amechangia kuangusha kwa serikali yenye yuko. Let us think outside the box, tuainishe nchi yetu, kwa sababu we need our country which is inclusive for everyone, not kwa watu wetu. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you, Geoffrey. We appreciate your input. I believe that's clear enough. I want to give a chance to Elisha and then Ogamba, and then after that, we'll take everybody there 2 minutes. I think it's time to call it a day. Tomorrow is a working day. We need to close early, but let's do the necessary. Elisha, Mlehena.
What kind of lawyer are you, Bernard, to call me Mlehena? I'm lawyer by default, Mlehane. Thank you, panelists, Ben, our host. I want to thank God first of all for this moment. It's another morning that God has granted us His mercies to live. Last time I was in and the internet was misbehaving, I decided to go away. On the subject matter, it is very simple. I wish Ruto was awake because he's the guy in hot soup today and currently and this year, this season. I want to demystify the things that are going on in Kenya right now. When our current deputy president imagines and believes that he must be the president come 2022 after President Uhuru has left office, I think it is not right. These things are actually, it's an imagination actually, and I want to borrow from what he's trying to talk about right now. I want someone to actually inform UDA and sycophants of UDA and Ruto himself that when you start proclaiming that you have 9 million votes out of a total of about close to 16 or maybe say 20 million registered voters, I think he's misleading Kenyans because he's trying to impose himself as the next president to Kenyans by giving the wrong figures. He cannot claim to have all the 9 million votes when we know that what he's saying is actually wrong. It is even against the stipulations that have been put in place by the electoral governing body, IEBC. You cannot mislead the electorate to brainwash them, to make them believe that you have all the votes. I think is sort of trying kutisha wale aspirants wengine that he's already taken it, na kutumia lugha chafu. Hiyo ni kuchafua the electorate and the political space. Let me start by saying this. I was just introducing myself. That in Kenya, whoever takes up the realms of power, the governing sword, is actually a decided individual by a few individuals who must have assessed, must have looked at his ability to lead, to actually guide the socioeconomic activities of a nation, of this country, into prosperity, or at least stabilize the nation so that he is allowed to take those realms of power. Mostly, you see, we have people who've been voted in, like Raila, for instance. He's been voted in more than thrice, yet he's never been given that chance to lead the nation. So when people claim that he is a project right now, it is wrong, because it is also not a must that the current deputy must be the president. It is only under God's mercy Kenyans have been able to live that long without having a sitting president die in office, apart from President Kenyatta, who started to lead this country. And after which we saw Moi coming into power through a very tactical move. And by the way, he was allowed to take the realms of power because of a few who had already assessed and saw that he was the only person, a neutral person amongst those who were there and then, who was able to lead the country then into a bit of stability and prosperity. So it is wrong to claim that one Raila Amolo Odinga is a state project and he's being prepared, and every other avenue that is available is being prepared so that he's going to be handed the realms of power by the sitting government. It is very wrong, because those who are stating that are actually claiming that it is a must also for the sitting deputy president to be the president after the current president has exited office. That is wrong. Two, it is not a curse that the DPs of Kenya have not been able to clinch the realms of power in Kenya. Because again, I'll go back to Almighty the Creator. God has never allowed it to take place. Why? It is only a direct ticket to that power, like what Mutai Kahiga took from the last governor who died. But God has never allowed us to lose a sitting president so that the deputy will directly take over the realms of power. What they are claiming is that Uhuru is supposed to have died long ago, so that Ruto just took power by, I say, kupewa tu. Haiwezekani. Maombi yetu wa Kenya ni sisi tuendelee kulindwa na Mungu hivyo. Yule president yuko, hata kama tulimkataa, kama Kibaki tulivyomkataa mwanzo, lakini mwisho mzee Raila akakubali kufanya naye kazi na wakaendeleza uchumi wa Kenya ukakua. Hivyo ndio maombi yetu ilivyo. Hata kama ni mtu ni mbaya, apendwi ama hakuwa elected na the electorate, alikuwa project ya watu fulani, that after some time Mungu anakuja anamshape, anaingia katika box ya matakwa na tamaa ya mioyo ya Wakenya. So it is not going to be as easy as Uda sycophants believe it is, because they have prophesied. Nimeona kwa internet wana prophesy wakisema kabla ya 2022 something bad will happen. That something bad will never happen because God loves Kenya. So it is impossible for us to claim that one candidate is a state project and the other one anachukiwa na state, so they are going to hand over power to that state project na waache the right one. Who is right? There is no right one. It is Kenyans. It is the Kenyans who are going to electing their president this time, and they know who that is. If you compare the top contestants, actually, you can easily, even if you ask a small child, that small child will tell you, I'm safe in the hands of so and so, and that is Raila, of course. Then someone has just commented right now, and I think that my friend is right to say, baada ya kuwa na uongozi ambao ulikuwa una dhulumu haki na matakwa ya Wakenya, badala ya kutimiza ahadi zile ambazo waliwapa Wakenya wakati wa campaign 2017, hawakutimiza. Uhuru na Ruto wako katika ofisi moja. Manake hata Ruto mwenyewe amekuwa akisema he is equal to the president, so he shares in their faults and successes. So meaning, kama fail kutimiza matakwa na ahadi zile ambazo waliahidi wa Kenya, and then it means someone was pulling down the good intention of the current government, and we directly can refer back to what has happened in the last 4 years, that the deputy president has not been working, has not been dancing to the government's tune. He's been dancing to a different tune. So Uhuru has been trying to work hard despite the fact that he's being pulled down by his deputy. You only pick up a deputy whom you believe will support your ideology, your policies, your intentions, which must be good for that nation. But if you pick a deputy president who is going to pull you back, then you're not going to perform 100% as expected. So, and Uhuru, as a political scientist, knew this is what is going to happen, this is what is happening, and the intention of this guy is for me to fail. He shook hands with Raila. So it is not, in fact, in our history and even in world over, I think at my age I've not read anywhere or I've not seen online a kind of a deputy president a country has like what we have in Kenya. He's unique, he's different, and his character is actually wanting. If you look at the way Biden was behaving when they were Biden was behaving when they were working with Barack, Biden was down to earth and very humble. Look at what has happened. Miracles just happen. Trump alikuja akaharibu every foundation and every base that Obama and Biden had laid, na akaharibu nchi, akaleta chaos. Hiyo ni the Lord's doing. So now I think what is happening, Kenyans are very keen, wanaona vizuri, hawajai kuwa na such an example of a deputy president who looks like amechelewa kuwa rais, anaomba hata aamke asubuhi ambiwa hayuko president, hayuko, wewe ndio unakuwa president. And when that is not, all signs are that he's actually defeated na atashindwa. Unaona anainuka na anaanza kucomplain, anapiga vita IBC, judiciary, president, Raila and every other person, and propaganda iko juu. So it is not a curse, it is by design that our deputy presidents in Kenya have not been inheriting power directly. It is God's doing. It is actually God's doing. There is no way you can tell me that it's not a curse, because we are not a caste nation. If we were a caste nation, then tungepewa Jezebel kuwa kiongozi wetu, ambaye tunajua mbele ya Mungu hakuwa na nafasi. I rest my case unless if there is someone who has a question.
Thank you, Elisha. I want us to move with speed to naanza kufungasha. Nani, Fred?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Nimesikiza wenzangu hapo na hata kama there was a time tulijaribu
Fred. Yes, continue. Dakika zako 2 tunafungasha.
Okay. So let me be brief and straight to the point. This one is not a curse. But you ask the question, was it designed to be that way? The answer is yes. It was designed to be that way. Wewe ukienda dukani ununue nguo, wewe ndio unaamua hiyo nguo utaitumia namna gani. Utaamua ile siku utaivaa, na utaamua ile siku utaitoa, na utaamua ile siku utaivua. That is the same case. Nilikuambia these two gentlemen, they had nothing. Ideologically, they had nothing. What was binding these two people together was the case of ICC. And it has been alleged that for the TB to be represented well in ICC, the Kenyatta family chipped in and hired the lawyers for him. That is one. Two, it has been alleged that for him to support Uhuru Kenyatta, he was paid. So there is nothing nothing ideologically, nothing was binding these people together. So these things, when they are falling apart, it was designed to be that way, and nobody can change it. I rest my case.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you so much for making good use of your 2 minutes. We go to Enoch Mosaisi, sorry. Unmute Enoch. On your screen, there is a place for the mic. You touch it. You unmute first before you speak. Check on your screen. There is a sign for mic with a cross. You touch on it so that it becomes fully activated. Bwana Enoch, angalia kwa screen mahali kuna picha ya hapo.
Should be working now, right?
Good, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, let me take this time to salute everyone, and especially Joshua. I can see him. He was my captain in high school. Okay, now going to the topic, I want to re-echo what Elisha and my other friend Fred, who's just spoken, have said regarding whether it is a curse or what it is, being a deputy president, and the difficulty that it is then getting now to take over from the president. But I will also say it is by design, because come to think of it, the only person or the deputy president who managed to inherit or to take after the president, it was Gideon, Moi the senior, the late. And you see, I believe, even if it is accidentally Kenyatta died, but you see, I hear and people have said that before someone dies, he gets to know that he's going to die. So if it is a will or anything that he wants to do, he makes sure that he gets to either to talk with the child or whoever it is that he loves most. And you see, by the time Kenyatta died, I believe he had confidence in Moi being able to take over after him and maybe lead in the best way he could. For one reason, Moi had displayed a very high degree of humility while he was working under Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. That is why I remember there was a time that there were video clips that when Kenyatta would speak, and before him now, Moi was to speak and then welcome the president. You will hear Moi say that Bwana Rais, mkutano ni yako, kuja ongea na watu wako. So meaning that he had the high degree of respect to whom he was elected or appointed to serve, which is the exact opposite of what William Samoei Ruto, for instance, is doing right now. Because you remember, even there's a time Uhuru had summoned the Jubilee members of parliament to State House. There's a time we went there, kina Moses Kuria wakagombana ati amewasomea kama watoto. You know what he told them? That you see, he has the benefit of intelligence, and while they are in their up countries where they go, they say in their local dialect that ujamaa ni mlevi, it is us who are in power. You see that kind of statement, and when now it gets to the president, who then is placing that you are banking on, that he goes around in the country to campaign for you, so that you take the mantle from him. So I think it is a clear, and up to this point now we can see that the way Ruto has showed impatience and a lot of disrespect, however much he tries to massage the thing in public when he is in public, but behind the scenes what he does, it's not something that can give the President Kenyatta now confidence to even waste his time trying to go and campaign for him. So it is just a challenge to anyone that is going to serve to whoever's to whoever who is going to be the next president. It is a challenge that how can you position yourself if at all you have that ambition of becoming a president or getting to succeed your boss after he is out of power. So for now, I think that is what has pushed Uhuru Kenyatta to see that it better the Saturn I don't know. I mean, better the angel that I don't know. But now this Saturn I know him. This person is not a good person. Yeah, thank you. That is my contribution for now.
Thank you, Enoch. No comment from my end. We go straight to Raphael. Raphael, make use of your 2 minutes quickly, please. Unmute and speak. Raphael, are you there? The broadcast is allergic to silence. We cannot keep waiting. Let's hear from Joshua. Your closing remarks, 2 minutes. Unmute Bwana Joshua. Unmute kwanza.
Oh, I'm sorry about it. I'm grateful that at least I know somebody on the panel today. This is so grateful. Now, my submission is, we love this country so much that we cannot keep quiet when a country is going to be land with people who don't believe in structures, with the people with zero respect, with the people who cannot subordinate when they're supposed to do so, with people who are so corrupt and they have cases everywhere. I'm not saying anybody, right? And then I respect something. When you work with the right people, people assume that you are also the right person, right? So if you show me the people you work with and I don't agree with them, that tells me I cannot even agree with, whoever it is that you are working with. Let us build this country called Kenya, not because of the fear that is given to us. Oh, mkikuwa mahali fulani during election, this will happen. And also somebody mentioned about impregnating Kenyans with false expectations, that we already have 9 million. How can you say that? 9 million. And then remember this, disappointment is the gap between the expectations and the reality. So when the reality dawns on them, they start going to the street, right? So Raila has known the game, and I really feel so happy that Raila came and worked with the sitting president when he was under pressure, and this country is going to be run in the right way. There's nothing wrong using government systems to ensure the government delivers to its people, and there is smooth transition from one government to another government. I can only leave my office, I can leave my home to a person I can trust. This Kenya is home for every person, the right mindful people, and it is supposed to be left to the right-minded people. Let me finish with this, ladies and gentlemen. We have learned lessons from the previous years, and we have confidence enough that we are going to deliver this country to the right hands, because we need this country, guys. Thank you so much. And Bernard, thank you so much for giving us a chance to be part of you today. Thank you.
Saying thank you, Joshua, for your contribution and continued support. Let's keep talking. This is our country. It's our responsibility to see to it that it gets the right leadership who will take it to the right direction. Not everybody at the market must sell what they brought to sell. We have a right to choose what to buy. So nobody should force us to carry home what will turn into poison when it reaches on the plate. It is our responsibility as Kenyans to ensure that our country is moving in the right direction. Themba, welcome to the show. And I want to bring you up to speed and let you chair in a few minutes. Fred, Joshua, and Enoch have given their submission, remaining with James, Elisha, Pato, and Geoffrey. Umeshika hiyo mtandao? Ehe. So naomba tuendelee hapo. So kwa vile wewe umekuja sasa hivi, anza na kutoa maoni yako, alafu upatie James, muendelee hivyo hivyo, nakuja sasa hivi kabla tufunge station.
Yeah, good evening everyone. I know mlikuwa karibu kufunga stesheni, but just came in to say one or two things. I'll take 2 minutes. One is that the current deputy president has proven that the deputy presidency, you know, the constitution was trying to address the previous problem that we had with the vice presidency, because vice presidency was, chosen by the feeling. If the president wakes up tomorrow and he decides that he's done working with a particular person, they would drop that person. So the constitution, as as promulgated, that we have right now, was trying to address that part so that it secures the office of the deputy president, so that they cannot be chosen and dropped at whims by the president. But I think when it solved that problem, it created another problem. Now the reality is that the position, when you have someone, it assumed that the president and the deputy would always agree for the term of the office. So it didn't envisage that we would have a situation where the deputy president decides that they don't want to agree with the president. So I think there was a challenge that probably was experienced with the deputy governors. A case in point was Machakos County, where in the second term Mutua had to change his deputy, and of course the other county, that is Makueni County. So that challenge is there, and I think it is still real because we still have the same constitution, and it probably, most of those people who went for deputy president did not envisage that they will disagree with their guys who are leading them. I saw the Bungoma deputy governor decamping to UDA the other day. So it's a challenge. It's not about inheriting the other person, because in Kenya we don't have such a thing like inheriting. But we need to look at it in the bigger picture without the persons of the people who are holding that office right now. So probably as a country, we need to have a conversation around what even the deputy president or the deputy governor is interested in running immediately after the president or the governor finalizes the office. What are the ways in which how can they behave before then? The deputy president currently, constitutionally, they are not, the constitution gives the president, the power to give him roles. It says he's the primary assistant, but it doesn't expressly say what it is with the constitution that he can do or cannot do. So he'll be seated there, and therefore that has created the deputy president we have right now, who has probably a lot of time in his hands and can go around, but also the constitution protects him in the office. So that's something that I think we can debate as Kenyans in future. Do you want to either affirm the position of the deputy president, revert it to the point where they can be maybe fired or not? It's a challenge. It's a new thing that is happening to us, which I think as a country is a conversation we need to have. We probably don't need to react so fast because of the person of the deputy president currently. We probably, because anybody coming in, a politician has ambitions. So if they do have ambitions, how are they supposed to behave prior to that particular time coming? So for me, I'm thinking it's not so much about the cars. Yeah. It's so much about the constitution. How is it providing for that transition? Constitution is not speaking to it. So we are still stuck with it. And come next year, we are still with the same constitution. So anybody coming to deputize anybody, we can still experience similar challenge because it is not constitutionally addressed. So that's what I can say for now. And I want to obey and take it to James to give his closing remarks. James.
Yes. Kwa ufupi nitasema hivi. Hili swala la makamu wa rais ni swala nyeti ambaye inafaa kuangaliwa upya, sababu ile inaonekana ni kwamba imeleta jambo ambalo hatukuwa tunatarajia kama Wakenya, kwamba rais anaweza kuwa hawasikizani na mdogo yake, na kiasi ikafika kwamba serikali inaanza kujifuta na inashindwa na kufanya majukumu. Kwa hivyo mimi ningesema wakati labda tutapata nafasi ya kurekebisha, hii ni jambo moja ambayo tungetaka kuangalia upya, kwa sababu it is not possible to registrate people's behavior or character, but we can cushion the public from machinations of individuals through constitution. Maybe if we have an ambitious deputy, perhaps we say that you cannot run for presidency subsequent in the 5 years after you have become the deputy. You have a period of 5 years out of power, and then you come and fight for the presidency, so as to enable the government to work full term and not start campaigning midstream, because you cannot also curtail somebody's behavior if he is like that. Now, our country is still a young democracy. We are still testing systems, and of course we are about to have these teething problems of even knowing the right things. But I always think we are on the right track if we keep talking, if we keep reviewing the systems, if we are open and truthful and honest to ourselves. And that is why I still believe very strongly that the attempt to right some of the wrongs that have been there through the BBI still remains one of the milestones that the current president will be remembered for. He may not have succeeded now, but the ideas are still there. Look at what is happening to the judiciary. You take a case there, it takes 10 years because of people stalling your case for purposes of denying you justice. The introduction of an ombudsman where you would work as a public and complain that your case is dragging and you don't know what is happening, so that things can be worked out, is one thing that I think we should not dive the public. And although there are those who may want to do propaganda, that it is a way of telling the judges how to solve cases, I don't believe that was the spirit of creation of that office. It was an office for people to walk in and complain if they think that their cases are being mishandled. You have seen the Sonko leaks. So what do you expect the public to do when things are like that. So nobody is above reproach and cannot be counterchecked in his way of working. Then when you look at also the issues of resource allocation and general power structure, you find that there are very many gaps and disadvantaged communities. These are things that we cannot simply put under the carpet. We have to face them as they are. Otherwise, the bottom line is that every Kenya wants equity, wants inclusiveness, they want a good life and a stable political system. We don't want to go the way of Ethiopia and Southern Sudan and DRC and elsewhere, where we waste our energy fighting over positions that the deputy cannot agree with the president. And then you end up destroying all that has been built over the years and killing people for no reason at all. I think we have matured enough. We've reached a point where we can talk, we can correct these issues without resorting to other extrajudicial systems or activities. But of course, there are those who do not want us to progressively look at our systems. We would want to appeal to them. These systems are not meant to serve one person. This is for posterity. It is about us. It is about our children. It is about our future. It's about this country. So if you feel that changes or you interpret changes to mean that somebody wants to deny you power, I think that is very unfortunate because it can't be about one individual. It is this is a country carrying over 50 million people. So let us open our minds and let's not also be carried away by propaganda, because there is a lot of propaganda out there. People spewing propaganda, and all what they are looking for are personal interests and nothing else. They don't care whether 5 years down the line the country degenerates again to chaos. And that's why I like the president, because he posed a question in parliament the other day. If we are faced by a situation like the one we were faced in 2007, he has washed his hands because he tried to do something. But I don't know what the judiciary will do at that time. Should it come to that? I do not know how they will escape blame. They will be walking in shame in this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James. Geoffrey?
Thank you very much, Brother Temba, for the chance to give my submission. I want to say this. The way you put it, Brother Temba, that our country is supposed to look at this now. This is a debate which we need about the deputy president, because I know we're going to be having more. Let me hope that this is the scenario we are seeing now is the one which is going to be the end. But if that's how it's going to be having such a scenarios for coming governments, because the deputy president now they are behaving that they are equal partners with the president, whereby the deputy president is supposed to be the assistant, supposed to have to do some roles which is being assigned by the president. But now the way things are, it's really confusing, especially for this particular Kipengere for creating this post, because I know if it was not Pava who came in, then I don't know why we could have been in this government of Jubilee. But let me say this. As we know that the deputy president is there to deputize. He can only assume the role of presidency if the sitting president dies. But it's not automatic that he's going to inherit or going to be the next president if the president retires. That is something which you should know that, and that is clear of the law. So whatever thing the deputy president is doing, he's just making it to be like he has a right to be the president, no matter what happens. But as we know that to be the president of Kenya, the 190 will vote for you to lead them. So you can say that this constitution has some challenges, and as you said, it's better to start looking at it, start discussing on how to have those changes, because they're gonna bring some more confusion coming government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Geoffrey. Is Pato there?
Yes, thank
Okay, go
you,
ahead.
Temba. Yes, I make my submission. I see many people are very agitated about the current deputy president, the behavior of the current deputy president. I want to tell you people, that deputy president and his office should be respected and should be given time like any other office. The deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, it will not be removed by a politician, by rallies, by what. So I want to tell you people, deputy president of Kenya, it is one person who is very ambitious, like the other vice president. Other vice president, when you go to Moi era, we see how Saitoti was treated. But the current scenario, it is very different. This is a working constitution. Deputy president is co-joined with the president. Whether deputy president behave abnormal in that office, we will take it like that. It is like the doctor's prescription until the times end. So you people, we were told 2018 there will be what, 2019 there will be what, but we are still in Kenya. So deputy president should be respected. And by the way, let me remind you people, if the current deputy president, because that seat is serving is a political seat where the sitting president saw it important and he chooses the same deputy president to be running mate in the second term. The current president know that deputy president, which is William Ruto, is a player when it comes to winning an election. Because if it was not so, second term angemchagua, angempick akuwe running mate wake, angempick mwingine kama Gideon Moi, mwingine kama Wetangula, mwingine kama, but he knows. That's why the whole Kenya, the whole big fixtures, hata tumeambiwa hata kama muta unite amuta mshinda the current deputy president. So we tunabaki tukijiuliza akona powers gani. So about the current affairs ya IPC, nampongeza Chebukati, amejiondolea kwa hiyo kamati na amesema mnipatie nafasi yangu, mnipatie nafasi yangu nicheze kama mimi, if anything happen tutamblame, sababu how comes mtu kama CJ Kome atakuwa pale na tutampelekea kesi pale, Raila atampelekea, Ruto atampelekea, ama Kalonzo atampelekea kesi, na alikuwa pale. So tunataka akue kila mtu afanye kazi independently. Yes. So wacha niwaambie, if you are picking your deputy president, just uchipange mapema, ujue kwa hii political journey there will be a betrayal, na utajua vile utasimama. So tutafumulia William Ruto will not go vile nilikuwa nimeambia hapo mbeleni, is not going anywhere. Tutafumulia ile drama ako naye, kama ni mzuri, ni mzuri kwetu, wale wengine si mzuri. So tutaenda, it is a divide, it is now line is drawing. Wale wengine wanaona ni mbaya, sisi wengine tunaona ni ngoma iko mzuri. So tutafumulia hivyo. So thank you so much Bwana Temba.
Okay, thank you. Elisha? Elisha dropped off as soon as I gave him time to talk.
He threw him away.
Okay. He threw himself away.
Probably. I have an issue with Pato.
Yes.
Pato said so many things that
Pato, nimekuwa na yeye kuanzia mwanzo. Pato.
Yes.
Unaambia ulipiga kura 2013 na 2017?
Yes.
Na Chebukati ndo alikuwa chairman wa IEBC?
Yes.
Okay. Na Maraga ndo alikuwa chair wa hii multi-sector committee?
Yes, alikuwa, lakini you can dedicate. Alikuwa amededicate to other people.
So ikakaa 2013, Chebukati alikaa yote na 2017. Yes. So makosa iko wapi 2022?
Because when we come to that issue, when I come to that issue, specifically that issue, Matiang'i ametangaza ako na baba. Mucheru ametangaza ataki story ya wheelbarrow. You get the point? Take side. So we want people who are not taking side. Even when it is kama sai Matiang'i ange take side, tungejua tu ni mfanyikazi wa serikali. Lakini sasa our big question is
zako hizo, subiri kwanza na kuuliza swali. Yes. Unakumbuka statement wachana na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake?
I remember.
Ilisemwa na nani?
William Ruto na Uhuru Kenyatta.
Kuhusu ni, ilikuwa inahusu ni?
I think ilikuwa kamata whatever. Na demonstration.
Ilikuwa Matiang'i anahusika katika siasa, akitetea Jubilee. Watu wa NASA waka-complain. Ruto akasema wachana na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake.
Yes.
Sasa mbona mnamzuia kufanya kazi? Anaendelea tu na kazi vile alikuwa akifanya 2013, akafanya 2017, anaendelea hivyo kusimama na rais na kuendeleza kazi vile wanaandaa uchaguzi. Mbona imekuwa problem saa hii?
I think during that time uchaguzi ilikuwa imeamuliwa, na wakati huo Raila alikuwa ametoa timetable baada every Tuesday or every Saturday, every Thursday ungekuwa na kungekuwa na maandamano. So
Pato,
unajua sasa kama hutakubali ushindi,
Pato,
tuko kwa hii Kenya bwana.
Oja Pato, hata sisi tuko Kenya. Nimeingia kwa show
Yes.
saizi, wacha kudanganya
Yes,
watu. Nimeingia kwa show because I've been trying kuingia, napata watu ni wengi. We, kama una kitu ya kuambia Wakenya, sema hauna. Kama nyinyi watu hawauda hamuna kitu ya kuambia Wakenya, sema hatuna agenda na Wakenya. 2013 to 2017, Raila Odinga hakufanya maandamano from 2013 to 2017. I remember mimi hiyo maandamano nilihudhuria, na maandamano yenyewe haikufanyika hata 7 months, haikufanyika hata 5 months. Ilifanyika within 2 months, maandamano yenyewe imeisha. Wacha kudanganya watu. Mimi nilihudhuria maandamano yote Nairobi na Kisumu. So stop hizo propaganda mko nazo. Stop kuachana kudanganya wa Kenya. Mnasikia nyinyi
you want to tell me ulikuwa unafanya maandamano Kisumu na unafanya Nairobi?
Nisikize,
what was your interest kufanya maandamano Kisumu na kufanya maandamano Nairobi?
Usitake kujua
Channel 21 ngoja. Channel 21
maandamano Nairobi. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Nairobi. Ninaishi Nairobi. Nimekaa Nairobi
Channel
for 10 years.
Channel 21 ngoja. Pato.
Yes sir.
Matiang'i alikuwa na support which side 2013 2017?
Alikuwa na support the government of the day.
Na ali support the government of the, and who had appointed him then?
It was the Uhuru Ruto government.
Now Uhuru is the president who appointed Matiang'i.
Of course, yes.
Na si 2013 2017 alisimama na the government of the day.
Of course, yes.
So what makes you think that right now he's changing his views, yet he's still where he was 2013 2017?
Of course, he has come publicly.
Did he come out publicly 2013 2017?
I don't think.
Why are you having selective amnesia? Did he come out publicly that the government of the day is what he's supporting?
But he was against the maandamanos.
No,
which is not. Let me ask you. Answer you. He was in charge of. He was in charge of security.
So was he with the government of the day?
Yes, he was in the government of the day.
Did he support the government of Jubilee when it was coming for the second term?
Yes, of course he support.
Yes, he did. So what makes you now have an issue if he's supporting the government of the day? Because what Matiang'i has said clearly, he is where Uhuru is. So what is the problem with that? Because he was there 2013, he is there 2017, he is there even right now.
So you want to tell me Uhuru is with Matiang'i when he talk about supporting Raila Odinga bid, ama in the side of Raila Odinga? Is it in your view?
Bernard,
in your point of view. In your point of view.
Not in my view. Pato,
is it that right?
Listen, Pato.
Is it that right?
Listen, Pato.
Listen, Pato. When you are a Kenyan, seeing the
listen, Pato.
Listen,
Pato. I want us to be fair in our argument. I don't want us to be emotional. I don't want us to be propagandist. It is okay to carry propaganda on the political podium huko nje and be upset with other people, that when you come here, we reason as people ambao umekuja ongea.
But you submit your opinion. You just submit
now
your
listen.
opinion. Then you cannot tell me what I am to do.
You are shouting.
Bernard,
no,
can I?
You have to go with your opinion.
Pato, look here. Pato,
yes. It is the opinion.
You either stay in order or we send you for quarantine. Meskia, sikiliza. If you have to reason, there's the reason. But if you have not to reason, We know
Bernard,
that is your heritage, you guys.
Bernard usimfukuze, nataka kumpatia adabu. Usimfukuze, usimtoe.
No,
Ukinipatia
Pato, you have been
I'm
on this
listening.
platform. I've given you enough time to defend, but you are defending the
no.
defenseless. You are
Before
defending what cannot be defended. If
usimtoe,
you
nataka kumpatia
agree with Matiang'i's function in 2013, 2017, you shouldn't have a problem with him in 2022 because he has not left office. He's still functioning. But you're still doing the same thing that Raphael told us here. That
Bernard,
time he was doing
nipatie
mtu
ruhusa
wenu.
niongee.
Saa hii sasa vile amesimama kinyume na mtu wenu, you want to demonize him and make him look bad. You are shifting goalposts. Why?
At the same time, Mr. Chair, at the same time, the one William Ruto, we the Jubilee and the government of the day, we are
We are not in
praising
Jubilee.
him.
Stop saying that we in Jubilee. Sema we ni Ufisadi Daima Alliance.
No, so you
No,
utulize
sema
kwanza
we in
niseme,
UDA. Just say we
yes.
in UDA, not Jubilee, UDA.
So wewe uko wapi? Unajua mimi natoa opinion yangu. Mimi sijasema mimi niko wapi, natoa opinion yangu.
Okay, Pato, are you in Jubilee or you are in UDA?
I'm in UDA now.
Okay, you're in UDA.
Yes.
And Matiang'i was appointed by the Jubilee government, right?
Of course.
And he's representing the side of the president. The president has said he is for the handshake. In 2013, like Bernard has said, Matiang'i was supporting the position of the government. 2013, 2017. We have agreed up to that point, right?
Of course.
And there was no problem then, isn't it? And there was not a single issue with that, right? Are we there?
I'm there.
Yeah, I'm trying to make us understand each other so that when you're coming to make statements on the platform, we are not just making, this is not a political podium, Muko Inje. Matiang'i, at no point has he come out and said, I'm supporting Raila Odinga. If you have that clip, come and tell me. Matiang'i has in every single talk, he has said, the person who appointed me is the President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Whatever directive he gives me, that is what I follow. It is you guys of UDA, you like you have said, now that you have admitted you are from UDA, who has now said that the president, Matiang'i, is supporting the Raila Odinga because he has been told by the president. But Matiang'i has over time, and even you are here, you are attesting to that. So when you guys were still in Jubilee, and Matiang'i and the cabinet ministers were supporting the government of the day, you didn't have a problem with that. Is that okay, Pato?
No, there is this thing. Kenya, we are a democratic republic. We have a democracy where you can criticize objectively or otherwise. You get the point. Even during that time of Matiang'i, from that 2013 up to this point, kuna watu hawakubaliane na yeye, maybe wenye wako kwa serikali na wenye hawako kwa serikali. So
okay, hold on. Channel 21, please don't shout at him. We are just discussing, so just make it civil, so that make your point pole so that he understands what we are trying to say.
Okay.
This is a vote. But for us, when we are here, we are looking at you. We are not looking at you at UDA. We are looking at you as a vote. So if we can have that discussion at the end of the day, so that your vote ikuje iingie kwa baba, tutafurahi. So usiwe na shida na usiseme ya kwamba nyi people, sisi hapa ni vote. So if you convince this vote for your person, that's a good thing. Channel 21. Yes, quickly.
Okay.
Goja Pato.
Good morning, guys. It's already
Good morning from Nairobi. How are you?
It's already morning. Mi natoka Kisii na mimi ni MP wa Kisii, and in Kisii we follow our art. atufuatangi tumbo like others vile wanafanyanga. What Matiang'i said the last time wakiwa Nyamira, alisema ya kwamba 2022 he will supporting Raila Odinga. Today Matiang'i amekuwa hapa na Ida Odinga, ameongea ni vile nyinyi mwisi mkaelewa chenye alikuwa anaongea ni Ekigusi. Matiang'i ameambia Wakisii vizuri sana. Mwenye alimpatia kazi ni Uhuru Kenyatta 2013 to 2017 na 2017 to 2022 wakati Jubilee government inaenda kuisha. Mwenye alimpatia kazi hata wewe ukiwa shule, maybe wakati mlikuwa shule, maybe ulipatiwa head boy, uko answerable to deputy headmaster ama principal ama deputy principal. Wewe ukaenda uanze kuwa answerable to your deputy principal, yani to your deputy head boy. Lazima mwenye alikupatia kazi ndio unafanyia kazi. So Matiang'i ameangalia akaona ya kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta ameingia handshake, na handshake it is the benefit to the people, si benefit yake yeye mwenyewe, si benefit ya Uhuru Kenyatta. The same handshake Jubilee government UDA ufisadi daima alliance na akina Pato tena ametoroka ameenda, akina Pato wana fight that they don't want to see handshake. The same people, the group of people wenye walikuwa YK92, nao ukiangalia Odhaya, sijui Odhaya chuzi, walikuwa wameblanda the whole Odhaya to be UDA, ilikuwa na hiyo kara ya UDA. Means vifaranga vya Moi vimeanza kurudi, wanataka kurudi washike serikali. Wale watu wenye walikuwa na K92 wanataka kurudi. Of course tunawangojea. Matiang'i amesimama akisema ya kwamba what happened 2017 2018 that was 7 to 8 is not going to repeat again next year general election. We need a peaceful country. We need to coexist sisi wa Kenya kwa wa Kenya. Either wewe ni Mkalenjin, either wewe ni Mkisii, either wewe ni Mkikuyu, either wewe ni Mluya ama wewe ni Mkikuyu ama ni kabila gani, bora tukue pamoja. So Matiang'i chenye anafanya kazi na vile amepatiwa mandate na Uhuru Kenyatta. Who gave Matiang'i kazi? Uhuru Kenyatta. Kuna wakati walifanya Jubilee government 2013 to 2017, wali divide government into two, Uhuru Kenyatta na William Ruto. Uhuru Kenyatta akapatiana kazi kwa watu wake, William Ruto akapatiana kazi kwa watu wake. Mwenye alipatia Matiang'i kazi ni Uhuru Kenyatta, si William Ruto. Ukiangalia wale watu wote wenye William Ruto alipatia kazi, wote ni corrupt, wameenda nyumbani. Akina Chirichiri, akina wote wenye walikuwa kwa hiyo docket ya William Ruto, wote wameenda nyumbani. Wako na corruption cases kwa makoti saizi. So Matiang'i amesimama akisema ya kwamba yeye anafanya kazi, anafanyia watu wawili kazi, wa Kenya kitu ya kwanza na Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye alimpatia kazi. So kama watu wa UDA wanaona ya kwamba ama huyu Pato anaona ya kwamba Matiang'i ameanza kuwafinyiria, nataka kuambia kwamba na bado amchafinywa. Ya kwamba nikikumbuka 2014 2015 wakati tulikuwa na maandamano ya IPC Isaac must go, tuligongwa, tulifinywa, tulifanywa ile na ile na ile. Nakumbuka there is a time motion iliwekwa parliament before election ya 2017. Matiang'i alikuwa afukuzwe kazi. William Ruto being the deputy president akasimama akasema ya kwamba wachaneni kusumbua Matiang'i, sisi ndio tumepatia Matiang'i kazi. Hiyo kilipu iko, ukitaka enda YouTube. Kama una YouTube ama una bundles tutakutafutia na nikutumie. Akasema wachana kusumbua Matiang'i, sisi ndio tulimpatia kazi, kucha kwetu. Saa hizi Matiang'i, William Ruto amesimama anasema ya kwamba Matiang'i anamwandamana. Yet alisema ya kwamba wachaneni na Matiang'i, sisi ndio tumempatia kazi. Nataka kuambia watu wa UDA, wacha kuwa na double stand. Wacheni kujicontradict nyinyi wenyewe. Kama mnatafuta fault, tafuta fault minus using anybody's name. Minus kuingisha kila mtu kwa jina penye mumeanguka mtoni, kila mtu mnataka kuamuka muamuke na huyu muone hasira inaendea kwa nani. Tafuteni kura vile Raila Odinga anatafuta kura. Wachaneni kutusi kila mtu. Matiang'i alipatiwa kazi afanyie wa Kenya. The same way Chirichiri alipatiwa kazi ikamshinda. The same way nani huyu wa finance minister kutoka Kalenjin alipatiwa kazi ikamshinda. The same way energy minister alimepatiwa kazi imemshinda.
Okay,
Saizi ni
Channel 21.
kwenda.
Okay,
So
Channel 21.
yes.
Ngoja. Naona una nini. Wacha tusikie Bernard alafu ndio tusikie Pato. Bernard, kuna kitu ulikuwa unasema hapo kabla.
I even get it. Okay, let me put it this way. It is important that we remain constitutional when we make our submissions, especially on this public platform. When we trace things historically, let's be as accurate as possible, not to use selective amnesia to push a particular agenda. As far as I'm concerned, the cabinet secretaries being deployed to do a government responsibility by the government of the day. If it was not a problem in 2013 and it was not a problem in 2017, it must not be a problem in 2022. Whoever has a problem with that is the one that is the problem. Except he has something he wants to tell us they did with the cabinet secretaries in 2013, they did with the cabinet secretary in 2017, that was irregular, okay? And now they don't want repeated in 2022. But if Matiang'i aachwe afanye kazi yake, is still the stand. Saa hii aachwe afanye kazi yake. Interfering with IEBC, when we asked for minimal, irreducible minimal conditions for the elections, what did the DP say? What did Murkomen say? What did Jubilee government say? We stand there. That's why we have not asked for the review of IBC. Even Cheloba that had gone, we have brought him back so that the same IBC of 2017 will conduct 2022. If William Ruto has a problem with that, he should tell us what did he do in 2017 that he doesn't want repeated. What did he do in 2013 that he doesn't want repeated? If election was won fair and square, the way they were putting their chest and telling NASA to be quiet, they are going to be quiet this time. If the election was won free and fair, let us enjoy it. If not, let them also lose honorably the way we lost unfairly. But as at now, it's too late. Hii sindano mtaipokea. Hii vaccination mwezi kuhepa. Ishachemshwa, maji yamechemshwa, sindano imechemshwa. Geuka face ukuta, wacha kutusumbua. William Ruto, kama hauna chochote cha kuambia Wakenya, tumekukaribisha. Sindano utaipokea, opende ozipende. I think I should end it there. Nikienda sana.
Okay. Pato, you know, let me say this before I bring you on. You know, the problem with the Tanga wing of Jubilee, you guys have like muko ni kama ngiri watog, mnasahau haraka. You know, it was just the other day that Purkomen actually said that they are the ones who brought some things to protect Matiang'i at the Senate. Kweli rongo. See, that is true. You can just nod your head if you remember Murkomen saying that. If you don't, it's okay. Pato, I'm addressing you. It is Murkomen who said that he actually came into that. By then, Matiang'i was a darling because he had helped you guys to secure what, according to you, was your win. It was the side of Tanga that was even saying that actually, Ndindi, I remember him even tweeting and putting on Facebook that the security should be even added. whatever the water that is being spewed on people who are demonstrating. It
Budgetary
seems
allocation,
yeah,
budgetary allocation ya insecurity
yeah,
iongezwe ili
iongezwe
maji
so that
iongezwe.
yeah, and then
Yes.
they're even
Tear
saying that
gas iletwe kwa wingi.
and they should be even using live bullets on those demonstrators, right? They also are on record passing security laws in parliament. That is when the 160 were in Jubilee, you know. They went and ODM and others protested the security laws. And they passed those laws. By then, power was very sweet. Let me tell you something, Pato. Power is sweet. And when you misuse power to punish someone else, a day will come that particular power now turns on you. 2013, 2017, Matiang'i was a darling because he was helping you guys to protect power. Now, 2022, there is a feeling that he's not going to help you the way you thought he was going to help you. So right now you are trying to find everything that should not be there. So the same way, if you use, if you go and talk to Bernard about me, if you see me with Bernard, you think he's talking to me about you. That is the thing. So the idea here is, I totally understand where you guys are coming from. It is a very uncomfortable place to be in. You've never written to demand that IEBC should not be in a certain committee. You've never written to say that we need free and fair election. In fact, the deputy president is in record calling the judges wakora, walibadilisha election. He actually said Maraga's whatever was wakora. So it is a very interesting place that you guys are at. But even as you are there, appreciate that these people, the same dagger that you're using, the same Matiang'i, 2013 you used him, 2017 you used him. Don't be jealous when now he's on someone else, he's not in your hand. Pato.
Yes. Ni siasa na siasa iko na muda wake, iko na wakati wake. That's why siwezi nikakataa. 2017 I was with Raila. I defended Raila. I had the niliuza Raila Kericho, and what happened during that time, siwezi nika advocate at this time of point. It is a time of realignment. It is a time of transition. So you cannot tell me lazima nikue pale. At this time of point, umeniweka kaa ni mtu wa Yuda. Hata kama mimi ni mtu wa Yuda, this debate to be so interesting. Ni lazima tukue na mjadala, ni lazima tukue tolerance, ni lazima musikie the other side of the story. It is not a praise and worship team yenye tunaasifu tu kitu moja. It is time of politics. This channel is politics. So naona ukinikemea sana, mi naona ni kama you don't want me, but it is time for politics.
No, Pato, hold on.
You know,
I asked you a question. Now you need to be, you stop forgetting. Before we started, I asked you, are you in Jubilee or you're in UDA? It is in your own admission that you said when you are UDA. Number two, I said, when you come here, don't just bring things that are in the political podiums. Try to reason rationally. If you give me a convincing reason as to why you pick a particular position, it's okay. But now when you try to just put a statement that is just politics, it's just what do you call it? A propaganda, you know? It just tells us, and then we become emotional on the channel. It doesn't help the argument. When I look at you, Pato, I see a vote. I don't see UDA. I don't see what. So when you come in, Give me convincing reasons why we need to support a particular position. I give you mine. We can agree to disagree, or you can pick one position and we move with it. But again, whether you support UDA or you support Jubilee or you support whichever side, that's okay. We respect that. But we need to be factual in our reasoning. That's all we're asking for. So what was good for the goose should be good for the gander. If Matiang'i was good in 2013, 2017, I don't see why you want him to depart from supporting the position of the president in 2022. I think that basically tells it is Sholay, Gladys Boss Sholay, in a Citizen interview, when she said that presidents determines, tells us how we are likely to act. So she actually gave me the idea that presidents has been, they have used the government. The cabinet secretaries have been used before, 2013, 2017. Why should it be a problem right now? But if you just politic for the sake of politicking, then that is just wiping people's emotion to hate certain people. I don't want to make people hate you for no good reason. You are a good person, Pato. You are a nice person and your vote is very important. It is usually 50 plus 1. You can be that plus 1.
To each side.
Azimio la umoja.
So you want to tell me this channel is for a smaller umoja? Surely.
Hapana, wewe wachana wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow ina
No, surely.
16th century
Surely.
invention in
Surely.
a digital sophisticated
that,
space information age.
That man is lost. That man from Trans Nzoia is lost. Eh? Let me tell you, moderator. What you have said is very valid. Politics is all about interest. The interest which Matiang'i is having, or which served in 2013, or which he is having to date, is the interest of the president. I agree with that 100%. But at the same time, we in the other side of the wing of the politics, we want Matiang'i to be neutral. Why? Because we want our interest to be on the table. So when you see us arguing about Matiang'i, elewa hii ni siasa bwana, na tutasemaza, tutaendelea kupiga ngoma, tutaendelea that's why the chairman vile alianza kusema wachana na mimi, pia hapo tulishangilia. Maneno ya PPI vile ilisimama tulishangilia. So at the same time kuna yenye pia hata nyinyi kuna penye the other side imeumia. This side imebahatika. So it is a politics. Si kanisa. That's why my party leader ananiambia hii 2022 kushindana si ya urembo, ni ya kisiasa. That's why nakwambia saizi William Ruto amejipanga. Sisi watu wa UDA tumejipanga na tuko na sera, tuko na mpango na tuko na tuko na mpango ya 2022. So
okay,
unajua
sera ni gani? Nipe sera.
Sera yetu.
Yes.
Kwanza tuko na model ya bottom up economy.
Hiyo ni sera.
Kulingana na mimi. Maybe kulingana na wewe unaweza niambia. So mimi nangoja by the way niko pale kwa kamba, nangoja Mudavadi, nangoja Wetangula, nangoja Raila Odinga, nangoja Kalonzo Musyoka. So wale wote wajaamua, sisi tumeamua. So
Pato, I want
yes.
to ask you a question.
Yes.
Does your party believe in a constitution? Okay, let me go back. What is one reason why you guys left Jubilee?
One reason why we left Jubilee it is because of kuna mgeni aliingia Jubilee na akaanza kukoroga Jubilee.
No, forget about Raila. I mean, kama unaweza korogwa, I mean, if you are married and someone can come and interfere with your marriage, then there's a problem with your marriage. So let's start first of all. You don't blame the person who comes to interfere with your marriage. You work on your relationship. So when was the last time? Ngoja niulize Pato kitu. When was the last time Jubilee had their delegates conference?
By the way, that is the problem yenye imefanya hizi mambo yote mpaka ikue hatujakuwa na delegate ile national nini, what do we call it, national whatever, hatujawahi kuwa
Okay.
naye.
That's
The last
number
time,
2.
yes,
Most of the officers at Jubilee were interim. When did they meet to endorse to now make nominations or even elect the officials in Jubilee?
When?
Yeah, did they ever meet to do that?
You know, that's why we were pushing for the same. We were pushing
So that's part of what.
Same.
That's what made you leave.
We are pushing for the same. That's why we cried for that meeting, AGM, and what do we call it? National whatever. That
National Delegates Conference, and it never happened, right? And that's why you left, right?
Because we were to hire our clean voters there.
Okay, number 3. One of your complaints was that Jubilee had been taken over by Akina, what's his name, Morathe. There were a few people, isn't it?
Yes, Natuju,
isn't it?
Yes.
So those are. I want to remain at only those 3. Okay. When did the UDA conduct a national delegates conference to elect officials?
UDA is an affiliate party of Jubilee.
No, when did they conduct an election to nominate their officials? Because that's a complaint you left Jubilee. Have you conducted one?
We have not, but we are in an organized place now.
No,
very organized.
You see. I've just answer my question. Have you conducted one? No.
Even since we left Jubilee, they have not. Even when we left Jubilee, they have not even conducted one.
Have you conducted one yourself?
In
no,
fact,
now,
wait,
Pato, pole. Wait.
Yes.
Have you conducted one in UDA?
We have not.
Have you met in a delegates conference and settled on your presidential candidate?
Of course, we have been in a caucusing, eh?
So you haven't.
Members of parliament.
But you have a presidential candidate.
We have been caucusing.
How did you arrive at your presidential candidate?
Of course, I will not tell you in this this platform.
So there's no difference as at now between UDA and Jubilee. The only difference is
no
people who are controlling them.
No grassroots elections, no nominations. Everybody shares their positions as they like. As at now, if Mudama chases you, he will have chased you. You go and look for another party, just like Jubilee. So, ideally, UDA is Jubilee, Jubilee is UDA, and both of you are suffering from the same disease. Nyani haoni kundule, wachaneni na sisi mnatusumbua bure.
The only difference is who controls. The problem with the deputy president, he was not controlling Jubilee. He looked for a place he could control. Now he can control UDA. That is the only difference. Other than that, there's no difference at all. Let me bring PK on. PK, what do you want to say? Because we were actually closing.
Temba, suko na funguo.
Niko na funguo saa, but nataka ukae hapa tumalizane na Pato ndio uende ulale. Tunamaliza.
Pato amepokea za kutosha, wacha afikirie hizo, tuonane jioni kwa show nyingine. Pato
Okay,
usingatuke.
sasa.
Wewe naona uko karibu kwa kuingia box.
You know my brother Temba.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I see future in you.
PK submit first, you will
Okay,
catch up with
wacha PK aongee and then I hear your talk. PK.
Yes, habari zenu. Nimekuwa nikisikiza, sina maneno mengi sana ya kuongea leo, lakini just to touch on one or two things here and there. There is someone who had spoken about I think the Luo community, wao kazi yao ni hata huko manyumbani, sijui hawana maji, sijui hawana nini. And I don't come from that area, but what I wanted to point out is ni vile hao watu walinyanyaswa na serikali, because kuna vitu ambazo ni jukumu ya serikali kupeleka kwa watu, kama kujenga mabarabara, kuweka vitu kama electricity, kuweka maji, kuweka airport. So the argument of that person who was mentioning the Luo community in that light of not developing was self-defeating, in that those people are so deprived of development by subsequent governments that they don't even have water. Wakati watu wengine wamejengewa mabarabara kubwa, hata wajua wazifanyie nini. Yeye mwenyewe alikuwa anasema hivyo, na anasema hakuna benefit watu wanapata kutoka kwa serikali zao, when we know that there is a particular department in government where even the dialect of the force has changed into a certain community. Kitu kingine ningependa kusema ni about this DP getting into power. Nakumbuka vizuri mmoja wao akisema hata baba asidhani Jubilee ni kama KANU. Hawezi kuja hapa akavunja Jubilee. Jubilee tulitengeneza sisi wenyewe, hawezi fanya chochote. I was surprised, hata baba hajaingia kabisa, Jubilee yenyewe inatawanyika tu. Vile walikuwa wana predict baba hawezi fanya Jubilee, vile alifanya KANU. Mpaka nashindwa huyu baba lazima awe yako na nguvu zingine za ajabu. Kama aliingia KANU akavunja, akakuja Jubilee wakimuona, na hata tu kuona akiingia Jubilee. Hata kabla hajabisha mlango Jubilee yenyewe inatawanyika. Nashindwa huyu baba, kwani nguvu zake ziko wapi hivi? Jambo lingine walisema, walipojenga serikali walituambia wao wanakula nyama, wakitafuna sisi tumeze mate. Na unashinda hawa ni watu tulichagua, hata kama wengine wetu hatukuwapigia kura. Badala wajenge serikali ya kila mtu, walituambia waziwazi, sisi tunakula nyama, nyinyi meze mate mkiwa huko mbali. And then they want to turn around and tell us kuwa wanaweza tengeneza serikali nyingine, na walitupa warning tuwape serikali tena kama tulimeza mate wakati ule. Wakiingia sasa tutameza nini? Tutameza hewa ama tutameza nini? The same people have been peddling this narrative of hustler versus dynasty. Na wakati waliona wakitajataja dynasty sana inaelekea kubaya watu, some people are not very comfortable with that narrative, ndio walileta hii maneno ya bottom up economics. Bottom up economics would not have come up had dynasty narrative hit a wall somewhere. Hii ni mahali tu huyu jamaa lazima tumpe credit, anajua kufikiria. He can think on his feet and turn around. He is a good politician. I must give him credit on that. Lakini vile aliona hii hasla na dynasty narrative haiendi vizuri, akageuka akaleta bottom up economics. Na hii bottom up economics is something that came up in the US. Na wanajaribu kusema ati hata inatumika hapa, inatumika sijui wapi. This is a very old system. It was even there in Kenya, for those who know very well, when we had cooperatives that used to work. Hata Nyayo alijaribu kuleta Nyayo T-zones. It's part of bottom-up economics, empowering the people from the bottom. Hizo cooperatives zote ilikuwa ni bottom-up economics. It's not something new. Lakini vile anajaribu kuileta ikuwe ni kama kitu mpya, ni vile tu watu wengine walizaliwa juzi juzi, hawaelewi historia, na wakiambiwa historia hawataki tu wakumbushe mambo mengi. Wanataka tu vitu za hapa juzi juzi. Na hizi za hapa juzi juzi, tukirudi tu jana, pia wanaingiwa na baridi kidogo. Tukianza kusema mlitengeneza katiba hivi, mliunda serikali watu nusu nusu huku, na nusu ingine mkachukua nyinyi wote, hawataki hata turudi huko. Na hiyo hata si historia, ni kitu ambaye iko tu saa hii. Ni vile imeanza kuvunjwa polepole. Kwa hivyo hii mambo ya ile mjadala ya leo, ingawaje sijaingia kwa mjadala vizuri, si lazima mtu akiwa makamu wa rais akuwe rais. Hiyo system ni system ya dynasty. Ndio mtu anapewa kitu kwa sababu ametoka kwa dynasty. Hiyo system mnataka kutuletea ya mtu akiwa position fulani lazima aridhi. Hiyo ni urithi mnataka kutuletea, ambaye ndio ile kitu mlikuwa mmeanza kutuambia hamtaki watu waridhi vyeo fulani. Lakini ikikuja wakati wenu mkiwa deputy, mnataka muridhi kwa sababu mko hapo karibu. Sisi hatutaki dynasty na hatutaki mambo ya kuna kiti cha mtu fulani. Watu wote lazima waende kwa debe, tuchague yule mtu tunataka. Na hata hatutaki hii mambo ya kuombea watu wengine, sijui mnaenda kanisa na mnasema kuna vitu mbaya zitatokea mwaka ujao, kama mnaombea watu wengine wakilala wasiamke ndio mpate zile vitu mnataka. Hiyo maombi si ya watu wanaenda kanisa. Sisi ambao tuko mrengo huu mwingine, hata hatutaki muende ICC. Hatutaki kabisa. Sisi hatutaki uokoba kwa kiwanja. Tunataka tukutane na nyinyi kwa debe, tuonane. Ile watu wa Western wanasema mundu kumundu, tuwashinde mchana in a free and fair election. Whether ni Chebukati mtaweka hapo, mlituambia hata tukiweka Oburu Odinga hamuna wasiwasi. Mkitaka kutuletea mtu mwingine mtoe Chebukati, mlete mtu mwingine, lakini bora election ikuwe free and fair, tuwashinde mchana peupe. Na kwa sababu mlikataa BBI, hata hiyo opposition leader mkae pembeni kwanza, ndio tuwaonyeshe vile serikali inapangwa. Sina mengine, ni hayo tu.
Asante PK for hayo maelezo. Pato, just 1 minute and then now we close. I think we were actually closing. Pato?
Okay, moderator. Thank you for this opportunity again. It is this conversation is very healthy, and I like because all of us, we are coming from different shape of the political diversity. So my opinion is just entitled to 1/4 in this house. So as I finish, I want to urge all people who are coming to this show let us discuss something very factual, and I see future in these people. About who is corrupt than the other one. All these people are the same, but the forest may be different. Yes. So Matiangi, on the other side, the case is still on the court. Roraka Saga, Ruta ako na kesi. Raila the same. Tunaweza trace kesi yenye zilikuwa pale nyuma. Huyu jamaa Watermelon tuko na kesi ya Yata bado tuna trace. Huyu jamaa ya makaburi
Wewe
huyu
una trace hizo kesi kama nani?
no.
Wewe nilikwambia hii maneno ya corruption equalization fund wachana nayo. Wachana na hizi propaganda za UDA. Okay? Kama mna kesi ya baba, pelekeni baba ndani. Funga yeye. Shida iko wapi?
Bado kuna traces,
Miaka 30 bado mnaongea maneno ya molasses. Si mkamate mtu hapa mfunga.
hata kazi kwa vijana. So
Mrudishe pesa ya shamba ya Mteshi, mrudishe. Hiyo koti sha rule. Peane hiyo pesa.
As in the near future, we are expecting those serious presidential to come to our places to sell their manifesto and to the community and the region, and to come with their manifesto. Kama tutainunua, kama tutaikataa. So tuonane kesho.
Asante sana Pato. There's something I needed to. Shamil gave us something nice there. PK talked about this bottom-up thing not being something new. There was something, if you can remember, Pato, district focus for rural development. Do you remember that?
I remember,
For those who went to school when school was still school.
Yes.
Do you remember district focus for rural development?
Yes.
I remember.
Yes. Yeah, you see that was brought in around Moi's regime in what Pato has said. I mean, PK has said, trying to what you're calling bottom up. So Ruto has not come up with anything new. It's not like it's something he sat somewhere and then a eureka moment came. Aha! Now there's a bottom up. Nothing like that. So you are attributing to him something that actually it's okay. He has run away with it, and that's why he's having a difficulty explaining. Even himself is having a difficulty explaining it. And all of you, Pato, you're not the first UDA member to come here. Most of you, when you come here, there's only one thing you say. The deputy president has said. None of you can explain that bottom-up thing. Nobody, not you. And even on Citizen TV, Gladys Bosch-Cholet was asked, can you explain this bottom-up? She could not explain it. Governor Waiguru from Kirinyaga went to a certain channel, I think the TAC or something. And she was asked, can you try and explain to us what this bottom-up is? So they say, hii ni kuempower mtu wa chini. So we are asking, who is this mtu wa chini? She was not able to explain. And then she said, as a finance person, I understand when you empower mtu wa chini. Now, and then she goes ahead and says, if you have, let me ask you, Pato, even if you are producing enough, let's say maize from your farm, and the roads are poor, you can't access the market, how is that maize going to benefit you if it's a cash crop? So she goes ahead and trashes the road networks and says that is not the most important thing. The most important is to empower mtu wa chini. How will a boda person carry someone in a poor road? What is the maintenance cost of that boda? What is the fuel cost of that boda? You need to, it's not just about talking and the wheelbarrow or boda, but you're not talking about other things that ensures that person actually benefits from that trade. Having a wheelbarrow is not the benefit. It's the ability of this product to move from the point of production to the point where someone buys it and back you getting the money. So if you don't clean up that chain,
let me ask you one thing. Temba, you know I've been in
yes,
a
sir.
circle. I've been in a circle, and the circle it involves so many things, to the end product there. So ukiniambia saa hizi if you name few people like me who are not maybe you are not very conversant to the bottom up model, but you can still ask, or you can still post a question. When the deputy president was interviewed, was it
Even himself, he couldn't explain it. Let me start with you. You're in a circle. You said in a circle, right?
Yes.
How did you form the circle?
Yes, there is a quorum of members.
And how did you form the circle? Wait, how did you form?
How did we form the circle?
Yeah.
You joined an existing circle, or you created the circle?
Whichever.
No, you are in a circle. Tell us, how did you get in the circle?
Okay, the circle, whichever the circle, you can start a circle, being the founder member, or you can join the existing.
Pato, we are not putting you on defense. You told us you are in a circle, okay?
Yes.
Tell us, how did your circle start? Did you start by contributing 10 shillings every Sunday, or how did you start? That's all we need.
Okay, I'm in a circle,
Yes.
And this circle, it started way back. So I joined that circle. I registered. Inside the circle, I buy the shares.
Okay, how much? Okay, assuming it is 10,000. So let's say that you are 20 members. Every member contributes 10,000, isn't it?
Yes.
And then in that, from 10,000, you are given loans or whatever from your saving, right?
Yes.
At what point do you get money to be given to that circle by other people?
Okay. Our top our top management can go outside the box and approach other investors to come
Do they
in
give
and
money
invest.
to members?
Which now?
Are you given loans on your? Are you given loans on your investment, or you are given other people give you money without your investment?
No, I'm talking of the existing circle.
Exactly, that's what I'm asking.
So that this circle, the few amount which we have been generating,
So it is the money. It is your investment that whatever I say, you have 10 shares. That's what you get loans on as a circle, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you ever wake up one day and then you realize your shares have gone up? All of a sudden, some money has come in and your shares are up.
No, unless you top up.
Okay, unless you top up. So the government cannot write a check, okay, to your circle and then upgrade every member.
No way.
Okay, thank you. Now that is how
But
I understand.
no. Another question, okay? Bernard. Another question, Bernard. Bernard cannot wake up and come to your circle and say, I've topped up every member's share to 10,000. Can that happen?
Unless he's a philanthropist.
Exactly. Unless he's a philanthropist, isn't it? Yes. So there are many circles. Do you know how many circles Kenya has?
More than 10,000.
Do you think it's possible that the government can top up every circle's money?
I don't think.
Okay, so you realize where now you guys are giving us shenanigans in the name of bottom up.
Why? No,
we can continue there too. We can continue there tomorrow.
I know, Temba.
Let me
I know you are
let-
asking a leading questions, eh? You are asking a
no,
leading
let-
question.
let-
When you are in that chair, you can ask me leading question of which you can even ask me to the forest, inside the
no,
forest, without me knowing.
you are the one who said that you are in a
Those
circle.
are the
So
leading questions. Those are the
no, we
leading
wanted
questions.
wait, we needed to get, circles in Kenya operate under, is it a Cooperatives Act?
Yes.
There's cooperative. So there's no circle in Kenya that operates outside of that. Now, there's no circle that can be formed by a contribution given to members that you are just told, take that money, go form a circle. No. It is members' contribution that form a circle. When they reach a certain threshold, they bank with the cooperative bank. Then the cooperative banks can always advance loans to those circles based on their contribution. It is not the government that tells you go form a circle. It is members who meet, and within themselves, they go form a circle under Cooperatives Act. And everything within Kenya operates within the law. There's nothing you can do outside the law. So any president coming in cannot purport to do anything outside of the law. Number two, any money that is spent in Kenya has to go through parliament. So parliament has to say that this is the budget that has been presented, they debate it, then they action any money. Number three,
That's why, Temba, that's why Deputy President is seeking support.
Yes.
He's helping the party UDA. Is making the UDA to be a national party, so that
yes,
ikuwe na members wengi, if anything go to parliament ipass, hata kama atakuwa president na akuwe na good number of members of parliament, ile model yake itaona it will see the nini of the day.
The model we have just talked about.
Yes.
He has 160 MPs.
Which you confirmed that it was impossible for government to write a check to your circle and boost everybody's contribution. So how will now members of parliament in parliament, bring that money to your circle? I don't understand.
That will require Pato.
Which circle now?
Wait,
Pato are you talking about?
Wait, Pato. It will require a change of the constitution, the cooperative law. It will require, first of all, and there are some of those things, of course, they'll have to amend. Number two, currently, your deputy president has said in rallies that he controls 160 MPs who are supporting UDA. Those people have not gone to parliament to even support one bill. One. Tell me one that they have gone to parliament and voted that now this one is going to assist, because right now we still have Watu Boda Boda. Right now we have Mutu Amboga. Right now we have all those things, and we have 160 MPs who are supporting him, right?
He has a majority. About fuel increase, they still have got 160 members of parliament. They complain to us about high taxes by the government when they have 160 members of parliament. If the deputy president cannot help us now, what makes you think that he will help us when he has become president?
But he's a man in a mission. So we have one mission.
What is the mission?
2022.
All those you are now confirming the president was right. The president was right. From 2017, the mission was 2022. And for the past 5 years, you have drawn salary for free. You have used government fuel for free, doing your mission of 2022. That is why your 2022 mission must fail by fire or by any means.
We have one person who is the deputy president whose sole interest right now, Pato, is to be the president. Not what he's going to do for the people, because if he wanted to do that, he has 160 MPs. He would have lobbied them to go and actually lobby for some of the changes in the fuel levy, lobby for some of the Mutu Boda Boda, Mutu whatever, wako saizi. The money he's busy giving to people would have gone to parliament and lobbied those people to push for that ceiling to go to 35 in parliament, because he said it can be done in parliament. Those 160 MPs would have gone there and pushed that. So his sole interest, and that's why he wants, because if it goes to parliament and it passes, it's likely to deny him his presidency 2022. So he'll rather give money from his pocket rather than having it passed in
At
parliament.
the same time, at the anticipated PBI, which was going around 4 years, we wasted a lot of time.
Thank you, Pato. Now that you bring BBI, thank you for bringing that. He had 160 MPs in parliament. They would have defeated BBI in parliament. It passed. It passed in parliament with 160 MPs from UDA.
But we were growing, eh? But we were growing, you know.
County assemblies.
Those UDA people should, those UDA MPs should tell us why they voted yes for the BBI in parliament.
During that
160.
time, during that time, that's why now, if you give me time to say 1, 2, 3, that's why now it all the time will charge us. By December, by January, even now the four governors which was left in Jubilee, yesterday they announced that they are decamping to go to another parties, UPNU and whatever. I want to tell you, Jubilee of today, they will not even finish 1 crate of soda. Because
we don't mind. We don't mind that. We don't mind that. You have 160 MPs. BBI passed in parliament when your 160 MPs were there.
No, there were not.
Somebody from Nakuru actually voted yes, and he said it is interest. So this BBI passed in parliament. In fact, 160 MPs from the deputy president voted for BBI in parliament, only for him to come and say no. Now let me give shout outs and then we'll meet here tomorrow. Thank you so much, Pato. We need you here tomorrow. You are a vote. You are a vote, and that vote can give us the 50+1.
Yes, I like this conversation. I like this conversation.
But
thank you, sir.
I think you're bombarding Pato with some questions, which I think he will not be able to answer, especially the bottom up one, which apparently the chief propagator of the same narrative, when asked, is not able to explain, because all he says when he's asked about it, he says tutafanya namna hii, uchumi tutoe chini tupeleke hivi namna hii. So really, I think even his foot soldiers, because you said it is evident. Alice Wahome and the other women from was in Gishu. They didn't know what to say about bottom up. So really, I think you guys of UDA, you need to be oriented and maybe some induction. You find some economists to teach a thing or two, so that really you get to understand what you're talking about.
Okay, thank you so much, Enoch, for that. Thank you, Pato, for staying on. You are a great guy. Come here again tomorrow. I mean, we when we look at people, we don't look at our differing opinions. We look at how we can convince each other. If you're able to be convinced, fine. If you still hold your side, it's okay. But when you go to the ballot next year, you'll be making an informed decision, which is okay. You know, discussions are good. They make us informed. You learn a lot from other people. We learn a lot from you. Like we have learned today that your deputy president is interested in nothing more than just power for its own sake, because some of the things that he could have gotten even right now with 160 MPs on his, instead of dangling them in every rally, he can actually go and make the changes. Dennis Ondieki, thank you so much. Alan Onyando, thank you so much. George Gakure, Abu Fiat, Pen Yagaka, thank you for always coming on. Destiny can't be postponed. Thank you. Not nice show. Thank you. George Gakure again. Martins Wilson, we really appreciate your comments. Dennis Ondieki again. Let me look at the other people that are here. Abu Fiat, yes, someone else. It could be here with different. We like the engagements on the comment session. We really like that. Shamil, thank you. Abdullahi JMA, thank you so much for coming on. We always appreciate the engagement. Ibn Yusuf, thank you so much. We have so many Kenyans from different places of the world. Elisha Mulehane, even some of them not Kenyans, joining us to really to really join us in this discussion. And as they say, iron sharpens iron. We really like the talking. We really like the sharing. Lynette Kadua, thank you. And Ruben K. Kalawa. We really appreciate everyone for joining us in the discussion, even in the comment section. We would want as much as possible when you come to the comment section or even when you come to the show, try and keep it civil. Try and prosecute your point. Always look at the other person as a possible vote that you want to convince. And if possible, try and always give the strength of the candidate that you want to bring, because it is the work of the other person to criticize your candidate. It is your work to defend your candidate and give the positives and allow the person to criticize your candidate. But as much as possible, at the end of the day, we believe that we are all Kenyans, and Kenya is our business. We have to bequeath the next generation a better Kenya, because many years later, 50 years from now, they'll be sitting back and say, what did our forefathers do 50 years ago? Did they just watch and see our country waste away, or they invested their time, sweat, and energy to make it a better place? So we are trying to do our part, and that is what this Motembe channel does. I want to submit. We don't really see if anybody who comes here. So sometimes you may notice that most of the people who submit are on the Azimio la Umoja side. We don't see. If you're out there and you want to come and prosecute your point, come on, let's share. If you can be as civil as possible, and even on the comment section, try to be as civil as possible. You improve your argument. Don't improve your insults. Don't raise your voice. Don't raise your voice. Raise your point. What is the point that you want to pass across? Raise the point. Don't shout, because shouting just takes away the point that you want to put across. Whether you shout or you put it slowly, people will still understand. And as much as possible, don't insult each other. Insults doesn't necessarily make you convince the other person to give you the vote. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, panelists. I want to take it back to our pastor, Bernard, to pray for us before you can have one thing you want to say, and then maybe you pray for us, Bernard.
Thank you everyone for making time to join us for the show today. I believe you have had a great evening and a great day for those of you that are outside this country. And let's keep the conversation going. Remember, Kenya is our business, like Themba has ably put it. And this business, we must take it serious, especially at this time. 2022 elections are going to be historical elections, not just ordinary elections. So don't go about it have committed to bring about the change that is required. From all indications and all the push for UDA, we begin to find out that underneath the heavy statements and repeated line, there isn't much. And if we still think there is something, let's go and push the curtain and see what is behind the curtain. But from the look of things, there isn't much behind the curtain. And probably just the smoke outside here trying to give us wherever hope where there is no hope, and promises where there are no deliverables on the same. Well, let's focus also to ensure that we speak to our brothers, our sisters, our relatives about the importance of these elections. Let us not give this election an ordinary approach. Something serious must take place in Kenya for us to recover from where we are to where we ought to be. So let's not take this lightly like some are doing, especially young people. Don't be carried away for somebody giving you 500 shillings and they want to imprison you for 5 years of slavery, of begging, of trying to survive. Let's think seriously and deeply on this. Don't give it a usual careless Kenyan approach. Lay it to heart that your vote will count and your nation will recover. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this great nation. We continually present it to you. We ask you, as the author and finisher of this great nation, that you will preserve it from all evil. You will protect it from all external and internal aggression. Lord, we pray in the name of Jesus that you will fight against those that fight against this nation and rescue it from every folly. We present all affairs concerning the 2023 elections to you and ask you in the name of Jesus that you will guide us by your wisdom. Let only by you this nation rise from where it is to where it ought to be. We pray for the president, his deputy, and the rest of leaders at all levels. Lord, the Bible says the heart of the king is in the hand of God, and wherever God determines, that is where the king goes. We pray in the name of Jesus. Let everybody that is in any position of decision concerning this nation be under your charge and under your guidance. That every decision taken for this nation, it shall be for the betterment of this nation, for the development of this nation, and for the progress of this nation. Be the Lord and the King over this land, from the east to the west, from the north to the south. We pray for every family and each and every Kenyan all over the world. Watch over them, keep them, preserve them, and cause them to excel to the glory and honor of your name. We give you thanks. We bless you today. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, guys. Let us do this again later on in the day, and it shall be well with us.